Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the special meeting of the Planning Commission. We're here tonight to address a very exciting project in town. It's the update of our general plan, and we appreciate everyone showing up. A few words before we get started. If anyone has a cell phone, including my fellow commissioners, if they'd make sure they're off. They do interfere with the microphones up here, so we'd appreciate everyone checking their cell phones. By way of introduction, we are the Planning Commission of the town of Los Gatos. We are a group of volunteers who've been appointed by town council to make land use decisions for the town. And with that, if anyone wishes to speak tonight, you'll have two opportunities. We ask you to fill out a speaker card. It should be in the back of the seats there. There should be some pencils. And if you would just pass them to folks, the staff here on my right, your left, that would be great. You can speak during verbal communications, which you can address the commission on any issue not on tonight's agenda, or you can specify which agenda item you wish to speak on, and tonight that would be item 1, the general plan. So with that, can I get a roll call?
Thank you. Commissioner O'Donnell? Here. Commissioner Erickson?
Here.
Commissioner Jensen? Here. Commissioner Machichi is excused. Commissioner Telesfor? Here. Vice Chair Sayoc? Here. And Chair Bourgeois?
Here.
We have a quorum.
Thank you. If everyone please stand and join me for the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you. The first item on tonight's agenda is approval of the minutes of June 9th, 2010. Do I have any comments, changes, or a motion regarding the minutes of our last meeting?
I'll move the adoption of the minutes.
We have a motion and a second by Commissioner Erickson. Any other comments? Seeing none, calling the question. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? None. Passes 6-0. Next is written communications. I should note that we have a couple of rather substantive desk items. So we're going to be covering a lot of material tonight. But if people do need extra time set aside to read those, please just give me a wave and we'll take a pause at the appropriate time. And I believe desk items are available out in the lobby for any member of the public that wishes to see those desk items. Requested continuances. Despite what the agenda says, we have no requested continuances tonight, and that leads me to subcommittee reports. Each member of the commission serves on one or more subcommittees, and at this time in the meeting we usually update the public on what those subcommittees address. Do we have any subcommittee meetings since our last meeting? Commissioner Erickson.
There was a Historic Preservation Committee meeting this afternoon, and we considered the demolition of a historic home on Johnson Avenue and recommended reluctantly the demolition of it because it is a significant home, but it's structurally not safe. So it was a great example of trying to balance the need to preserve the character of the town, but not wanting to take action based on neglect being the case. So it was made the recommendation, but the discussion was more important than the specific action.
Thank you. Any other subcommittee reports? Okay. Seeing none, that moves us on to verbal communications. This is the point in the meeting where members of the public can address the commission on any item not on tonight's agenda. I don't have any cards for verbal communications. Does anyone wish to speak? Okay. Seeing no one coming forward, we'll move on to, we have nothing on our consent calendar and no continued public hearings, which brings us to our new public hearing. Item number 1 tonight is the Los Gatos 2020 General Plan and the final environmental impact report on the Los Gatos 2020 General Plan update. And I would like to say a few words about how this process is going to go. The Commission is not taking any action tonight. Tonight is rather an informative, informational meeting. That being said, we will be receiving public comment. However, we will be taking action next Wednesday at our June 30th meeting. If members of the public wish, and I would encourage this, there's going to be a lot of information given and a lot of discussion by the Commission. It might spark new questions or it might answer questions you have. You can wait and provide your public comment on the 30th. However, if you can't make that meeting or you do feel compelled to speak tonight, we will be receiving public comment tonight as well. But there's going to be a lot of back and forth and questions and answers given tonight, and hopefully that will help inform the public to ask better questions and maybe spark your interest on parts of the document that you hadn't considered previously. So with that being said, I'm going to turn it over to staff.
Mr. Chair, members of the Commission, I'm Greg Larson, the Town Manager, and I'm just here for a few minutes to introduce this item to you. When I first joined the Town of Los Gatos, my first retreat with the Council was on the importance of the General Plan update process and how important the General Plan is for maintaining, preserving, and developing Los Gatos as we wish it to be developed. And I'm really here just to share 3 messages with you on behalf of the entire town staff, particularly led by community development, that has worked on this project and brought it to this point for you. First, as the council directed and determined, and as staff fully supports, the general plan is, we believe, one of the 2 most important documents a municipality ever adopts, the other one being the budget. The general plan is the other guiding document for everything that this community does. So it highlights the importance of the deliberations you're taking tonight. Second, I wanted to focus on the 4 areas the council has directed this general plan update to focus on, which is environmental sustainability, recreation, youth, and seniors. The work that is coming to you tonight from extensive community input, staff work, outside expertise, and others really focuses on those 4 areas as directed by council from the very initiation of this process. In addition, there are some technical and administrative changes being made to the general plan, recommended to be made to the general plan, that delete completed, out-of-date, redundant, or conflicting policies, goals, and strategies, and staff will be presenting those to you. The last comment on behalf of the council and the staff is just thank you. You have your regular workload of many cases and action items, and to have the general plan overlaid on top of that, we know adds an extraordinary volume of paper and burden of work, and we appreciate you taking the time to weigh through this. Unfortunately, I do have a personal obligation with my family this evening, so I'm not able to stay with you, but I will continue to be briefed on a regular basis by our staff as this unfolds. And we look forward to your questions, discussion, and input tonight. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Larson. I appreciate the town manager stopping by and giving us an introduction on such an important night. So, Ms. Rooney, you want to take it from here?
Thank you. This evening, we're going to start off with a PowerPoint presentation, and that's going to be given by our consultant, Joanna, with Design Community Environment. And that's really going to cover what we're going to do tonight. It's going to summarize what we're going to do tonight and also summarize the process that we've gone through with the general plan to date. From that point, then, we will pull open the red line copies of the 7 elements that have the changes that are related to the 4 focus areas, as well as the comment matrix that contains all the comments from the public, outside agencies, and our town commissions and committees. And those are correlated, so we'll be able to discuss the comments concurrently as we talk about the changes that were proposed to the general plan from the General Plan Advisory Committee. So with that, I will turn this over. Oh, and let me also say that if we have time, if we get through all the changes, we'll then start some discussion about the final EIR, questions from the commission on the final EIR. So with that, I'm going to turn this over to Joanna, and we'll start with the PowerPoint.
Great. I just want to confirm I should start the presentation and then we'll have public comment after that. Is that accurate? Okay, great. Thank you. I'm just here to give you a brief overview of the general plan and the process by which it was developed. And then we'll have public comment and planning discussion, planning commission discussion following this presentation. I think that you're all familiar with the basics of the general plan update process, but for the benefit of the commission and members of the public, we'll review what the process has been briefly. These that you see on the screen now are the major components of the general plan update process. We began with a background report compiling information on existing conditions today in the town. And then we turned our attention to the 4 focus areas that Mr. Larson outlined: sustainability, recreation, youth, and seniors. We developed goals and policies reflecting the town council's direction to emphasize or increase the general plan's emphasis on those 4 areas. And we compiled those as well as some needed updates and corrections of a more technical nature into the draft general plan. We also wrote an environmental impact report on the general plan as required by law. And now we are at the last bullet point of being in the stage of preparing the final general plan and EIR. The final EIR has already been published, and if we get to that discussion tonight, we'll talk about it a little bit. I'll talk about it a little bit more in this presentation. The final general plan will be prepared will actually be prepared after the document is formally adopted by the town council. So what we're going to do tonight is talk about any changes that are needed. And again, when you meet on the 30th, then the town council will have 2 meetings to discuss any final revisions to the general plan. Once we have a complete record of any last changes that are needed, we'll prepare the final document for archiving and for future use at the town. I'm just going to go through a few more important components of the process. We created a general plan website early in the project that included updates, a calendar of events, a place to download all of the various documents that were created or utilized during the general plan update, meeting materials, and a place to submit comments and or sign up for email notices. lggeneralplanupdate.org is the address, and this website is still an excellent resource for finding general plan and EIR related documents. We also held 4 community workshops during the course of the process, as well as a day-long community panel session with panels on each one of the 4 focus areas. These workshops spanned from the end of 2008 until the spring of this year, with our most recent workshop, community workshop number 4, being held in April to introduce and give an overview of the draft general plan 2020. In addition to the community workshops, we had a series of public general plan advisory committee meetings. We had a total of 9 meetings throughout the process, at which we covered the information generated through the background reports, the approach to various approaches to the 4 focus areas. We discussed strategies for the community workshops. We worked extensively to review and refine both existing goals and policies and to add proposed new goals and policies. So the GPAC, consistent with the direction by Town Council, was really the body that was responsible, had primary responsibility for assisting staff and the consultant with developing the goals and policies for the 4 focus areas that have now been incorporated into General Plan 2020. General plan, the draft 2020 general plan includes these elements that you see on the screen. Some of these elements are required by state law, such as land use, transportation, noise, and safety. Other elements are optional elements that the town of Los Gatos has the discretion to include based on your local conditions here. That's elements like community design and the Vasona light rail element, for example. So this structure follows the structure of the existing general plan, and just this gives you an overview of how the 2020 general plan is organized. We've already talked about the 4 focus areas: environment and sustainability, parks and recreation, youth needs, and senior needs. It's important to emphasize, I think, that this update process was an update to focus on these specific areas. It was not the town council's direction or our intent when we started the process to do a more complete overhaul of the general plan. That's something that's typically done perhaps every 10 to 20 years. The general plans, the Los Gatos' 2000 general plan still working very well for the town in many regards. It will be updated again. I think staff is currently anticipating around 2018 or so. So a more comprehensive update is in your future, but this update really focused on these 4 areas. So I'm going to go through each one of the 4 areas now briefly and how the general plan handles them. Environment and sustainability is kind of a special case because it obviously is a very broad topic that influences many different factors of development and conservation in Los Gatos. There is an environment and sustainability element in the general plan, but these topics relating to the environment and sustainability are, of course, covered in other elements as well, and we'll go through those. The topics that are in the environment and sustainability element are biological resources, water resources, air quality, greenhouse gases, and energy resources. Outside of the environment and sustainability element, policies that relate to this focus area topic are denoted by the green leaf symbol that you see on the slide here. So these slides provide a couple, just an overview of how the goals are in the environment and sustainability element. There are goals addressing native plants, wetland and riparian corridors, wildlife, air quality, sustainable community, greenhouse gas emissions, zero waste and solid waste issues, renewable resources, green building, and then in other there are a couple of goals that correspond to or are closely related to goals in the land use and transportation elements about a balanced and economically stable and viable community and providing alternative modes of transportation. So you can start to see here that many of these goals throughout the general plan are interrelated and going to be closely linked. So outside of the environment and sustainability element, you have several other elements with goals that are relevant to this focus area. The land use element includes goals regarding coordination with surrounding communities, the need for well-planned and careful growth, public participation in planning, maintaining Los Gatos' existing character and sense of place, how to manage appropriate infill development, and maintain downtown Los Gatos as the center of town. The land use element also addresses the need for adequate land for commercial and industrial services. It has a goal specifically about the development of the North 40 area, a very significant area in town, the appropriate mix of land uses on Los Gatos Boulevard, and as well as appropriate development along Los Gatos Boulevard, and how to properly enforce the adopted land use regulations that are already in place in the town. The community design element is one of the optional elements that I mentioned. It addresses topics such as Los Gatos' small town character and quality of life and how to preserve those valued aspects of Los Gatos, limiting the intensity of development, providing high quality landscaping, providing a safe built environment. It has separate policies for residential neighborhoods and private open space, as well as commercial areas. The community design element also addresses downtown, historical preservation and preserving historic buildings, hillside preservation and scenic resources. Again, this element also touches on design review for new projects and proposed new development, and how it includes a set of actions to update the town code to be consistent with the 2020 general plan. The transportation element is another topic that I think is very clearly linked to the focus area of environment and sustainability. Its goals include overall policies and actions related to the transportation system, the roadway network, how to reduce traffic impacts from new development, how to address future changes to Highway 17 and coordinate with regional and state agencies regarding Highway 17, keeping streets safe for all users, improving downtown traffic flow, keeping hillside streets safe and accessible, encouraging and improving mass transit in Los Gatos, and making sure that Los Gatos has adequate parking. The next one of the 4 focus areas that we're going to talk about is Parks and Recreation. Most of the Parks and Recreation related goals are found in the open space Parks and Recreation element. Open space is one of the required elements, and Parks and Recreation are a more optional topic that are also addressed in this element. The element addresses open space acquisition and preservation, especially in hillside areas, making sure that open space areas are accessible to a wide variety of users. It also addresses recreational facilities and making sure that open space is compatible with the existing environment. There is a goal to provide open space as a part of new development to enhance the Los Gatos Creek and Trail, and to provide safe and efficient bicycle and multi-use trails, as well as other types of trails that are well-designed and well-maintained. And again, these goals are closely related to goals and policies in the transportation element that address trails, bicycling, and walking. Youth needs is the third of the 4 focus areas. Youth needs are primarily addressed in the human services element. That the goals in the human services element overall, not only for youth, but include resources and programs for health needs, goals about identifying the special needs of youth and children, and also about providing programs and services for youth, encouraging community involvement, providing an environment in Los Gatos that's safe and friendly for our children, safe and increased levels of bicycling and walking for kids, which is something that we heard a lot about through this process, and then maintaining open communication with school districts in order to maintain Los Gatos' high standards for public education. Clearly, those are not, public education is not under the direct control of the town, but something that's very important to the town and its residents. Seniors is the last of the 4 focus areas. Again, this is addressed in the human services element primarily. We want to make sure that we have programs that respond to seniors' health needs, as well as social programs. Mobility and access is a big issue for seniors that's addressed in the human services element. Providing a variety of types of senior housing to help make sure that people have options for all stages of life, and making sure that seniors have equal access to housing and affordable housing opportunities. These last 2 goals are also addressed by related goals and policies in the housing element, which I think you're aware is on a separate track than the rest of the general plan. But under state law, seniors are a group that receives special attention in the housing element due to their very specific housing needs. I'm going to go ahead and just touch on the final EIR, although we may or may not reach this point of discussing it in more detail tonight. As I mentioned earlier, an EIR is required by state law for the general plan. The EIR process, the 2 major steps in the process are the publication of the draft EIR on March 10th. We were here back in April for a Planning Commission hearing on the EIR, and we heard public comment on the EIR. The comment period closed on April 26th, and since that time we have prepared and published a final EIR. A final EIR is required to present any changes to the draft EIR, as well as the comments received on the draft EIR and responses to each one of those comments. So that's what the final EIR does. The draft EIR, to just refresh your memory, did find 5 significant and unavoidable impacts. I wanted to just mention what these impacts were. And say that these impacts are of a nature that's pretty typical of general plan updates because of the way that the CEQA standards of significance used are written, and the type of analysis we have to do. The types of impacts you see here in Los Gatos are very typical for many general plan update projects throughout the state. There is a standard of significance about conflicting with the regional clean air plan, and the regional clean air plan is several years old at this point. The current projections for Los Gatos and the VMT that would be projected to occur under the development, the maximum amount of development that would be allowed by the general plan would exceed the forecasts for VMT that were incorporated into the Clean Air Plan, and so we're obligated to find a significant and unavoidable impact related to that. Although I also want to note that this doesn't necessarily reflect the policies and actions in the general plan that would promote alternative transportation, for example, and other actions that the town is already taking to improve air quality. Greenhouse gas emissions, we can reduce greenhouse gas emissions by 25.5%, but that doesn't quite achieve the 28 to 33% goal that is established by AB 32, and so we found a significant and unavoidable impact due to that exceedance. Similarly, I think because of the evolving nature of the way we assess climate change and the potential impacts of global warming, it's a bit hard to say at this point how global climate change may or may not affect Los Gatos, but based on what we know now, we think that there could be potential new hazards relating to increased wildfire hazard, for example, or increased flooding that could affect development that would be allowed, any development in the future, but especially development that would be allowed under the 2020 general plan, and so that is identified as a significant and unavoidable impact. We found a land use impact due to the fact that the North 40 specific plan area is currently identified by the State of California Department of Conservation as unique farmland. There's a very specific standard of significance that asks about impacts to unique farmland or other types of state identified farmland, and so we found a significant and unavoidable impact due to the foreseen changes on the North 40 specific plan site. And then finally, in transportation, the general plan EIR did identify a series of improvements that could be put in place to mitigate the impacts from new development that would be permitted under General Plan 2020. However, there is not funding in place that's already identified for these roadway improvements. Because of that, CEQA does not allow us to include, to assume that those roadway improvements are adequate mitigation, and therefore we found a significant and unavoidable impact since we can't guarantee that those roadway improvements would be put in place. In the final EIR, this is just kind of an overview of some of the comments that we received from various agencies and members of the public and organizations. The bikeway and multi-use trails map, the County of Santa Clara requested us to add some additional trails on that. We have done that. There was a comment received that the fire hazard map presented in the draft EIR was not the one most recently adopted by the town. We have corrected that to provide the fire map that was adopted by the town council in consultation with the county and with state CAL FIRE. We had some comments about the Vasona Light Rail Station. Those were really more comments related to general plan or land use issues rather than comments on the adequacy of the EIR. There were a number of comments on the student generation rates. We had meetings with the school districts and did some pretty extensive work to relook at our way of evaluating student generation rates and the very conservative approach that the draft EIR took in calculating student generation rates, and we have revised that discussion accordingly to clarify what perhaps a more realistic and less conservative estimate of student generation will be. We also added in some information about the proposed Guadalupe Mines development in San Jose, and that's the effect of that development on the cumulative impact discussions throughout the EIR. And then finally, there were a significant number of comments on general plan action ENV 10.2. This was an action to improve energy efficiency in existing buildings, specifically through considering time of sale mandates. In response to the comments received, that action has been expanded to continue to consider time of sale mandates, but to add several other potential options to be studied to that action. And the action, just for clarity, is an action to study different options. It does not obligate the town to implement any of those options, nor is it a new policy that the town would adopt immediately upon adoption of the 2020 general plan. So tonight we are here, as Chair Bourgeois has said, we're not here to take action tonight, but we're going to be reviewing the general plan and, if possible, there's some comments on the final EIR as well. Depending on how much material we get through tonight. At your next meeting a week from today, we will finish any remaining items. Tonight we're going to focus on the 4 focus areas, and so next week, if there's any comments or questions about the other comments in the comment matrix, we can talk about those. And of course, we can respond to any other questions that the commissioners might have. And then just briefly, after tonight, the next steps are a second Planning Commission meeting, and then 2 town council hearings that are scheduled for August 2nd and August 16th. We anticipate that the structure of the town council hearings will be relatively similar to what we're doing tonight, so that they won't take action on August 2nd, but on August 16th they will conclude their discussion of the general plan and the EIR and take action, hopefully to adopt the general plan and certify the EIR. That concludes my presentation.
Great. Thank you, Ms. Jansen. Do we have any questions from the commission of the consultant at this time? Okay, seeing none, I'm going to move to take public comment at this time. So there's going to be a very detailed guided discussion. We're going to go page by page through this thing. So again, if you wish to postpone your comments till next week when we actually do take action, that's fine. But if you do wish to speak now, you can do that. And so we'll take comments now. I have 2 cards currently. And so the first speaker is Mr. Brian Fout. Please state your name and address for the record, and you'll have 3 minutes to make your comments. Please repeat that, and we'll start the timer.
Brian Bouch, BGF Planning Consultants, representing Yuki Farms. My address is 114 San Miguel Avenue in Salinas, 93901. Yuki Farms generally supports the policies that provide flexibility in the use of land through the plan development process, and in general supports all the policies in the plan with respect to the 4 focus areas. I think our concern is that there are some opportunities for mixed-use development, certainly higher density development on the properties that are located in the Oka Road area, which is in the Vasona Light Rail element area. There are about 12 acres there. The general plan housing element, which is being prepared for adoption, would require or would call for over 200 dwelling units on that property, which would really be at the higher density range, even though the sites are referenced there in the outline, darker outline portion as being for low and medium density residential. So with all the policies in the plan that are currently proposed, which are carried over from the current plan, calling for mixed-use development to reduce vehicle miles traveled, which is a sustainability action in the proposed policies, and affordable housing, the emphasis on pedestrian-oriented development and neighborhood-oriented commercial development supporting residential projects within the same neighborhoods, looking at the range of uses that are in that particular area, which are primarily developed, highly developed open space recreation uses. It makes sense to consider some specific reference in the plan that would call for some mixed-use development consisting of those elements: affordable higher densities, commercial neighborhood supporting commercial development, and certainly open space recreational land uses adjacent to the creek that are required to be brought into the project by some of the policies that are currently being carried over. So we would look for some specific reference in policies to those opportunities and constraints in the proposed plan that relate, that are more, I think we relate to the sustainability element that is being proposed. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have any questions for the speaker? All right, seeing no questions. Yeah, thank you. Next card is for Superintendent Kerry Matsuoka.
Good evening, Planning Commission members. My name is Kerry Matsuoka. I'm superintendent in the Los Gatos-Saratoga High School District, and the address 17421 Farley Road West, Los Gatos 95030. Some comments about the role of schools in the community and the general plan, and I'm bringing tonight some assurances about the student generation rates, give you some history about how long we've been working on those numbers. We all know the importance of schools in the town of Los Gatos. It's one of the biggest draws of why people choose to live here. Of course, it is a beautiful place. It's great downtown, but the schools are a big attracting part of why families choose to live here. So monitoring the growth and the impact of enrollment on our schools is really important. My colleague Richard Whitmore in the elementary school district, he and I watch very carefully the projects coming before the town. Because while I'm supportive of growth, if our schools grow too fast, we won't have the space or the funding to maintain the quality of education. So we've had a great relationship with town staff. Anytime that they've got large developments, they're bringing us in the loop. I do have a comment about a policy statement that I'll make at the end. So it's been a very cooperative effort as we've worked through parts of the EIR. I want to bring to your attention, it's in the EIR, it's on 3-29. If you want to turn to that page. In that page, the very top line was student generation rates from a consultant, Davis Demographics. That was a group that the high school district and the elementary district hired to do a demographic projection into the future. And so we got that data, and their analysis and their approach is, I would say it's very broad. They didn't look at some of the specifics of different kinds of housing. And so, and the Grosvenor developers are behind me, and you know, we were in discussion with them. If you take those numbers applied to their development, it was creating numbers that, you know, we were wondering, we were questioning. So we worked with town staff to get some other looks at this. You'll see Jeanette Justice Associates as the bottom two lines. She's a consultant based down in Southern California. She helped generate those two data points. Finally, town staff did their own analysis, and they produced the two lines for attached townhomes and condos and apartments. That table is crucial for the school districts, for you, for town staff, because that predicts the impact of housing development on the schools. And so I come tonight saying that this has been a very involved process. Can I keep going?
Yeah, please wrap up your comment, and we'll see if we have any questions for you.
Okay. That table has a lot of work behind it. So I am comfortable as the high school district superintendent standing with you on those numbers, behind you. I'll come and speak at the August 2nd meeting as well, and I'll have some of my school board members there.
Great. Thank you.
I wanted you to hear that.
All right. Do we have any questions at this time? Commissioner Talasfora.
I do have a question. Those figures, do they include other factors like attrition and moving populations? You know, there's this new, I don't know if it's a trend or what's happening, but it seems like families are moving in together, and then, you know, students are. So that's my question to you. When they did this analysis, were any other factors included?
No, this table only speaks to what students we could expect to generate out of those kinds of housing, Now, things like the birth rate, migration rates, families living together, those are some new things popping up. That's not captured in that table, but we do have that in our other demographic study, so we're watching that.
Are you, okay, thank you.
Other question, Commissioner Sayak?
I appreciate your coming tonight and walking us through these numbers. A question for you is, the sources for the different dwelling types are different. Is it because, let's say you gave the example of Jeanette Justice. She focuses on below market rate apartments and mixed use units. Is it, you were talking about the collaboration you guys came up with these numbers. Is it, this is what the numbers you all agreed upon were numbers everyone felt comfortable with?
The groups are, so superintendents, town staff, the consultants. The reason why we're counting on her input on those two lines is those housing types we don't have a lot of in Los Gatos. And so she looked at projects around the state. Specifically, there's a project in Irvine that was similar to what we were trying to find. And so we felt like her data points were the best results for those two types of housing.
And then to follow that, then all the other data points, again, you guys felt those were the best that represented what Los Gatos had available?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner O'Donnell?
I'm just trying to get a little of the background. You're defending these numbers, and I have no reason to question that. But I'm wondering, in your defense, I guess I'm not aware of what we anticipate. Is there an active argument against these numbers that you anticipate we'll be hearing?
The argument actually was against the first look at the top line, single-family detached housing. That generates the most kids per housing type. Applying that to the other four types was the problem, and we were getting reactions from different parts of the process. So we really had to take that top line and break it down in more detail. So I don't believe you're going to get any, further public pushback, but we did have to break it down into the 5 types.
Thank you.
Thank you, and we appreciate you coming tonight. That was very helpful. So seeing no other questions, we'll move on to the next speaker, Ian McGrag.
Hi, I must apologize for my printing. It's Ian McCrae, 350 Bella Vista Avenue, Los Gatos. I've been a resident and a realtor in town for 32 years, and I think this is the 4th time in 32 years I've actually come in here to speak. So it usually takes something of considerable importance to draw me down here, and I believe tonight is such. While there's a lot to like about the general plan as it's proposed, I must speak against ENV 10.2, especially as it relates to the point of sale proposals. The combination of the burden that it would place on home sellers, of which there are approximately 30 per month or 400 per year in Los Gatos, relative to the approximate 13,000 homes that are in Los Gatos, to target and focus on those 400 per year, rather than find a way to spread the I'll continue to use targeting. If we can enlarge the target to address what apparently is considered to be a very important source of revenue, then why not embrace all 13,000 properties in town rather than target the 400 per year that are selling? So from a pragmatic and positive standpoint, you could actually raise more money for a viable cause by embracing all of the properties in town rather than just those that are selling. The impact, though, on the 400 per year that are selling is catastrophic to those actual home sellers. What's happened over the past 10 years is that the rationale or the need for those who are selling has has now actually transitioned from more traditional reasons for selling to those who actually have an absolute need to sell to get out from under debt, and to additionally burden them with a point of sale cost in addition to what they're already facing would be a catastrophic event for them and should be reconsidered. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. McRae. If you'd hold on a second, see if there's any questions. I know I have one. Commissioner Sayoc.
Thank you for your comments tonight. We have had several written comments provided on this, and I don't mean to pick on you because you are the actual one speaking, but I do want to know if there is background documents to show how much added cost and how much added time these point-of-sales audits would be on the home seller.
I believe the next speaker will comment on those particulars, but almost any additional expense at a point of sale that includes thousands of dollars, and I believe it's well in excess of that, would in some cases make it virtually impossible for the seller to conclude the sale, not to mention the fact that these audits would slow down the transaction at a time when there are sellers who are facing foreclosures and short sales and critical dates. And so the combination of the expense, which runs into the thousands, and the time frames would be punitive.
Thank you.
Thank you. And if I may, I have a question as well. I appreciate your comments and understand your position with the point of sale issue, but the policy has actually been changed, has been revised since the first version in response to the comments we received, so that what we're proposing is to study a range of options, that being one of several that have been listed. So I'm wondering if that change to the policy is still objectionable to you.
I think if you're targeting home sellers rather than homeowners, then it's a short-sighted view and should be reconsidered in its entirety.
But the policy is to study a range of options, including that, to see if they would be effective. So you're opposed to us even having the town study those options?
No, that's not what I said.
Okay.
I said that I would encourage and strongly encourage the town to consider options that include all properties in town, not just those that are for sale.
Okay, great. Thank you for clarifying.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Seeing no further questions, we'll move on to Mr. Adam Montgomery.
Thank you, Chair and Commissioners. Adam Montgomery, representing the Silicon Valley Association of Realtors, and Ian's one of our actually past leadership, and thank him for coming down here tonight, speaking to you guys as well. Just to thank the staff really quickly, we had provided comments previously, and there has been some changes made to the draft EIR, reflect some of our comments as well as the general plan in the comments section. But unfortunately, we're still not supporting ENV 10.2, and just to speak frankly really quickly, our members are actually somewhat puzzled on why the town has in fact looked at 2 additional time of sale mandates, as well as probably the most punitive options available as the items they will study. Our comments were more towards, let's look at other options available that might not be as punitive and aggressive towards the homeowners and be more towards the side. I see in the comments section, staff isn't supporting the AB 811 districts, but that is actually one of the most, it's rolling out countywide in the next few months. I believe Santa Clara County is trying to make all the cities in the county sign on to that, where they would allow a city or a town to provide an assessment district where the property owners could opt into and pay for energy efficiency approvals over a long period of time through a property tax bill. And our state association has been supporting that for many years now. But just to kind of talk about what we're talking about, time of sale, and Ian kind of touched on it, you're telling a property owner that you will not be able to sell your property until certain conditions are met, and you're telling them that the city will put up a wall between you and selling them. To answer the question about what type of costs and what type of time we're talking about, it's a whole range of things. But it depends on the type of mandate. It depends on the transaction. It also depends on how many issues the property has. but it really creates a real problem for the seller of the property more than the buyer. Because the seller of the property is the one's going to have to either make the property up to certain conditions before they sell it, whereas that's an issue that should already be handled in a private contract, not have the city involved. So again, we're speaking in opposition to any consideration of time of sale mandates, and we thank you for accepting our comments.
Thank you, Mr. Montgomery. Do we have any questions? Commissioner Sayak.
Thank you for answering my question that I posed to the previous speaker. You had mentioned this assessment district that's being proposed. Did I hear that?
No, there actually already have letters of intents that have been signed by most of the towns and cities. I don't know if Los Gatos is signed on. They're calling this California First Initiative, and it was approved. The law that enacted it was AB 811. And AB 811 was a law that allowed these assessment and municipal districts to be created, and they're optional. The property owner makes the choice if they want to opt in or not, and it allows for financing through the property tax bill, as I said.
And I guess the goals and priorities of this assessment, is it similar to the goal that ENV 10.2 is also trying to accomplish? But it sounds like you've studied it.
Yeah, it would. The purpose is to meet with homeowners if they try to get them to do retrofits to their properties, and the monies for the AB 11 district can only be used towards improving the permanent structures of the home, solar panels, insulation, that can improve the energy and water efficiency now of homes, of existing buildings. And so that's the true intent, is to increase water and energy efficiency in existing buildings. Yep.
Thank you. And I have one final speaker card, Ms. Lee Quintana. So if anyone else wishes to speak, please get a card up to me.
Lee Quintana, 5 Palm Avenue. Actually, I'm here tonight more to hear what you have to say and your thoughts on the general plan update. But I am interested in your thoughts on the letters from the Valley Transportation Authority, the PG&E. The schools have already addressed their comments. The North 40 proposal, and sustainability, and I think what the previous speakers have maybe hit on one of my major concerns in a different way, that probably the biggest bang for the buck in terms of reducing energy use and meeting all the projected requirements or goals that have been set up for Los Gatos is probably seen in the older houses, because they are less energy efficient than most of the new houses. And so it's really important, however it's done, that there be a mechanism that brings these older homes up to a higher standard of energy efficiency. And I guess that leads to my last question, because I'd like to understand your thoughts on whether a lot of the issues under sustainability and many of the other sections should be voluntary, or they should have some aspect of a mandatory aspect to ensure that we're going to meet our goals of reducing our energy needs.
Thank you. Any questions for the speaker? All right. Seeing none, I have no other cards, and I have no other indication from anyone in the audience that they wish to speak. So I'm going to close the public input portion of our hearing, and I'm going to turn it back over to staff for some guided discussion.
Okay, great. Well, this is the point tonight that we wanted to go ahead and get into reviewing the red line elements, and also at the same time we will then discuss the comments that are relative to those sections. So I assume we'll start with land use. Is that, I'm going to let Joanna, she's facilitating, so I'll let her decide on what she'd like to start with.
Yep, and so let me just say a little bit about our idea for how to approach your discussion of the general plan tonight. We are focusing on the 6 elements that I went over in my presentation that have goals, policies, and actions changed as a result of the town council direction to update the general plan regarding the 4 focus areas. As has already been touched on, there are changes in some of the other elements of the general plan. However, the majority of all of the 2020 general plan is carried over directly from your 2000 general plan. And the changes in the other elements outside of these 4 focus areas were primarily, as Greg Larson mentioned, of a technical nature. For example, to delete actions that have already been achieved, or in the safety element, for example, we updated the wildland fire hazard map to be the one that's been most recently adopted by the town council. So I would characterize the changes outside of these 6 elements as relatively minor, and I would also remind you that the majority of these 6 elements, as well as all of the other elements, is primarily carried forward directly from the 2000s general plan that's already been adopted and been in place, largely unchanged. You can see throughout the elements where a policy or a goal or an action is followed by something like an LP 8.12 in parentheses, that's the existing policy number in your current general plan. And policies that are new are followed by the word new in parentheses. So by keeping an eye out for those signals, you can get a sense of how much of the material is new and how much is being carried forward. That's a comment on the general plan. As a document, the elements that you have before you tonight are a little bit different from the published 2020 general plan, in that we have updated these elements specifically to include and reflect the input of the GPAC. The GPAC was the body charged by the town council with guiding staff and consultant through this process, and so we felt it was appropriate to bring you their input very directly. So what we have tonight before you are elements showing what was the published text of the draft 2020 general plan with the changes that were recommended by the GPAC. Some of those changes are in response to comments that you can see in your comment matrix that were offered by members of the public or by other town commissions. Others of the changes that you see in red line and strike through in these elements were issues that were brought up by the GPAC. Those are not in this comment matrix. They're simply recorded directly here as GPAC input. Does that make sense? Yes, Chair Bourgeois.
If I could just make one comment. I agree with that assessment. With one exception, I think it should be noted that changes outside of the 4 main elements were mainly administrative, except the addition of the North 40 overlay zone. And so I just wanted to make sure that we're going to cover that at some point. I don't know if you want to do that first or if you wanted to go through the 4 elements first, but I just wanted to make sure that that's something that this commission addresses.
Okay, sure. There were some changes to the land use map and the addition. I would certainly agree that the addition of the North 40 specific plan overlay zone is the most significant of those. The other changes to the land use map were really only made to bring the town's designations into conformance with open space and agricultural areas outside of the town limits and in the sphere of influence. So the changes to the land use map are a great example of something that would normally be part of a comprehensive general plan update, and were very clearly not part of this general plan update. I think that perhaps I would like to try to get the Planning Commission in the mindset of going through these elements and the 4 focus areas first before we dive into the North 40 overlay specifically.
Yeah, that's fine. Thanks.
Okay. So we can start with land use simply because it's number 3 out of the elements, and so it comes first in the general plan itself. So my suggested approach, based on my experience doing similar reviews with other planning commissions, is that we go through the element, not exactly page by page, but perhaps section by section. I will ask if there's any comments or questions from the planning commissioners, and I would also, again, just direct your attention to, in particular, new policies and/or changes by the GPAC. But I do want you to have a chance to just comment on the element. So for most of these elements, I think what we'll do is really spend most of our time focusing on the regulatory aspects of the document, which are contained in the goal, policies, and actions, but I want you to have a chance to ask questions or make comments on the background text as well. So in the land use element, we have a bit of background text, and then that's on pages LU 1 through 3, excuse me, let me find the designations, 1 through 13 rather, or 12, and then the designations start on page LU 12. The designations, as an example, are really carried over entirely from the existing general plan, so there shouldn't be anything new or surprising here. Are there any questions about the land use designations? We have the overlays and special planning areas, which I think, as Chair Bourgeois just mentioned, we do want to discuss the North 40 specific plan overlay, but I'd like to return to that if possible after we've had a chance to focus a bit more on the goals and policies first. So with that, moving into the goals, policies, and actions, what I would like to do for each one of these elements, and we'll test it out here in the land use element, is to look at the goals just one by one and ask you for goal LU1, which is about a pretty broad goal about maintaining a balanced, economically stable community. That's a goal that's carried over from your current general plan. Are there any questions or comments about the policies and actions under that goal, and specifically the recommended GPAC changes that you see to the actions under this goal? If there are not comments or questions, then staff and the consultant will assume that the Planning Commission is generally comfortable with these policies and actions and with the changes recommended by the GPAC. Yes?
And just a point of process, because I know there's a lot to go through, and if commissioners miss something and have a comment, then we can revisit any of this at the next meeting. That's correct?
Of course.
Just to clarify. So,
or later in this meeting.
If you do think of something in the next week, or if you felt you forgot something or missed a comment, we can make that up next week. So.
And I might add that if you have questions that we need to bring some more information to you, it'd be great to get that to us, and we can have that prepared for the next meeting too.
Commissioner Sayoc.
I just want to make sure I understand, so forgive me for slowing it down, but so everything new is material that who wrote? This was pulled together based on all the focus meetings that
Sure. So when you see under this goal the policies and actions, and this goal is pretty unusual in that everything underneath it says new after it. Those were developed, the policies were developed, we had a process of developing drafts of policies and presenting policy alternatives to the GPAC, and the GPAC then considered and helped us revise those policies and decide which ones should go in the general plan. So the policies that say new after them are the result of staff and consultant input as refined by the input of the GPAC. And then when you see something that's new and then also has red line and strikeout, that means it was new when it was published in the draft general plan. And since that time, at the subsequent 2 GPAC meetings, the GPAC has suggested some additional refinements to that language.
And just to clarify, some of those suggestions could have come from comments we received from the public, or from, it went to also the various commissions like Parking and Transportation, Parks and Public Works, Sustainability, so they provided comments, and then GPAC, then at that point, either accepted, said, yes, that's a good comment, or no, we disagree with it. So that's what the red line denotes.
And as we go through here, I will point out to you occasions when a change that's shown by the GPAC is something that's reflected also on your comment matrix. In the case of actions LU 1.1 through 1.3, none of these are coming from the comment matrix. Sounds like the commission is generally pretty comfortable with the goals and the policies and actions under goal LU1. So we will move on to goal LU2, which has to do with coordinating with other jurisdictions and agencies. This is a goal where all of the policies are carried forward from the existing general plan and there's no changes suggested. Okay, seeing no questions and comments, we'll move on to goal LU3, to provide for well-planned and careful growth that respects the existing character and infrastructure of the town. This is another case where these are essentially existing policies.
Just a comment about language, if that's okay. So, for example, in policy LU 3.2, you use the phrase community benefit. The phrase community benefit has a specific meaning with respect to a policy in this town, so it might be good to, I think I understand what you're getting at in that, but in terms of, since we have a specific policy with respect to community benefit, one might want to consider articulating that in a different way so that one doesn't confuse people in terms of what community benefit means in this context.
That's a good point. Thank you. Did I see another hand up? Commissioner Talsfor?
Right, I'll wait till she's finished. I was looking at the goal LU-3 to provide for well-planned and then the word careful growth. And I'm just wondering if you would clarify careful. Is that a planning term? I mean, maybe this is being picky, but I would, is managed as a better, how did you mean careful?
I think that careful here is just meant to express, to really emphasize well-planned and the idea that existing character and infrastructure are two pretty complex issues that I think would require what I would characterize as careful attention when any type of new development is being considered.
So should you add careful attention to growth? Since it was the attention? I mean, maybe that's being a little too wordsmithy, but I like the word careful. I just wanted to know if that translated as a planning term.
It's not a term that has a specific technical meaning in the planning field. I think I would also say that we haven't really talked about the distinction between goals, policies, and actions, and I'm happy to comment on that if you would like me to. But the goals here are both to express what the town desires as a future state and to provide a system for organizing the policies and actions to group them together as related topics. So the goal, I think we want to have clearly worded goals, but at the same time, goals are not like a policy in that they have specific regulatory power.
Commissioner Erickson.
And here's one other observation about LU3. While the use of the word limits of the town's existing character and infrastructure, limits has somewhat of a negative connotation, potentially as a limitation, which I think is appropriate for the infrastructure. But it seems to me that the town's character is not a limitation; it's an asset of the town. So I would suggest that you might want to distinguish between the limitations of the infrastructure and the positive nature of the town's character.
Okay. Great. I agree with that.
So any other comments on LU3 or those policies?
I would agree with that. I'm wondering why we use limits at all.
Okay. I think we can certainly look at rewording that to address growth that respects the town's existing character and the limits of the town's infrastructure. Okay. Goal LU4, this goal is new, but the two policies underneath it are existing policies. No changes are suggested. Seeing no comments, I'm going to go on to goal LU5, which addresses preserving and enhancing the existing character and sense of place in residential neighborhoods, and is a combination of two existing goals. As you can see, the policies underneath this goal are all existing policies, as are the actions, and no changes were suggested by the GPAC.
Commissioner Erickson.
Was there any discussion about the town encouraging neighborhood associations as a mechanism to preserve and enhance the character of neighborhoods as a tool for doing that?
I think that is probably something that's a little bit outside of the 4 focus areas. We didn't talk about that specifically. But there are, more generic goals about task forces. Under Goal LU4, there are policies about task forces and ad hoc committees as an appropriate way to involve residential interest in town matters. Any other questions about Goal LU5 and the associated policies and actions? Okay. Goal LU6 addresses appropriate infill development. Again, these policies are all existing policies in your adopted general plan. Seeing no comments or questions, I'm going on to Goal LU7. Goal LU7 addresses the preservation of downtown Los Gatos as the historic center of town and its influence on town identity. These are all existing policies. Okay, seeing no comments or questions. Goal LU8 is a goal about commercial and industrial services. And again, these are all existing policies and an existing action. Goal LU9 is about planning for development in the North 40 area, and so this would lead us into I think, it'd be fine to lead into a discussion about also the North 40 specific plan overlay. We can go back to that part of the element. I would want to point out that a couple of the policies under here are existing, and then there are a set of new policies that reflect the more recent attention to this area as part of this general plan update. So we have this set of policies and actions that will guide development in the North 40 area in a coordinated and comprehensive way. In addition, we have the North 40 specific plan overlay, which is a new designation that is discussed back on pages LU16 and LU17. I would briefly point out that in your comment matrix, you may have seen that you have some comments about the North 40 specific plan overlay language on pages 11 and 12 of your matrix. However, these comments are part of the other category. They don't specifically address the 4 focus areas, and so we're anticipating that you'll discuss most of those other category comments at your June 30th meeting rather than tonight. And we are striving to get through the 4 focus areas tonight.
Okay, I do think this warrants some discussion at this time. Commissioner Sayoc first, then Commissioner O'Donnell.
Again, more background question first.
Sure.
Just the North 40 specific plan overlay, the first question is there a specific reason why the North 40 is highlighted in the general plan, whereas no other neighborhoods are? So that's the first. And then if you could just provide a little bit background of how that became again. Is it similar to the rest of the general plan in that language was provided to GPAC and then GPAC reviewed, and this is what we have in front of us based on that review? And then the third question is, how does the specific plan that we will begin to develop for that area mesh with what will be approved, whether or not it's this specific language or any language that is?
I'm not sure I understood the last question.
Well, one of the specific action LU 9.1,
Right.
under LU 31,
Yes.
the action is prepare and adopt a specific plan for the North 40 area.
Right.
And so I'm assuming it will provide the specifics based on the goals that this sheet that we have in front of us, attachment 2, provides. But what if there's inconsistency between the two?
Okay, correct. Yes. What the attachment 2 is revisions to the language on pages LU 16 and LU 17. So that would replace the language that you see here in the land use element. And what that language says is that development under the North 40 specific plan shall do all those things that are listed there. So the action is to develop a specific plan, and then in the overlay we provide direction about some parameters for that specific plan. So there's a lot of latitude within these bullet points about what the specific plan might or might not do or include, but these kind of set the framework for the specific plan.
So, okay, so if I understand it, this is like the universe for the North 40, and then the specific plan would then just lay out the planets and the stars. So
That's a good analogy. The specific plan is going to have to include, very specific map of where different types of land uses are going to go, how the circulation internally will work on the site, how many parking spaces there will be, how big is the sewer pipeline. So that's a lot more specific than the detail that we want to get into at the general plan level.
okay, and then, okay, so that answers the third one.
Yeah.
The first one was still, is there a specific reason why this North 40 is the only area designated in the general plan?
Sure. The North 40 site is unique for two reasons, is distinct from other areas of town, and that is that, for one, it's the largest area of what some people would consider undeveloped or underutilized land that's remaining in town. And for the second reason is that there is an active development proposal that has been brought forward to the town and was in process or being initiated at the time that we started the general plan update. And so in order to respond to that and make sure that the general plan is reflecting current conditions that are going on, we included the specific plan overlay for this property. We don't have a similar large-scale development proposal for other large sites in the town.
Right. Okay. And I just wanted to elaborate on that also. In the existing 2000 general plan, there were some policies and actions relative to the North 40, but at that time, the North 40 specific plan was being worked on, was somewhat being put on hold until it was decided, should there be housing, should there be other types of uses in the North 40 plan. So it wasn't really fleshed out much in the existing general plan, the 2000 general plan. As Joanna said, we do have a potential interest in developing this property, developers that are interested in it. But also, we needed to identify the parameters for the development of that area, and I think your analogy was a perfect one. This really sets kind of the bigger picture, and then the specific plan will be the actual zoning document, the actual development of the site would have the standards and design guidelines and things like that for the development of the site. And so because this really wasn't addressed in a significant way in the existing general plan, we want to lay it out in this general plan. And also we want to identify the maximum development capacity so that we can analyze that with our overall programmatic EIR that was done for the general plan. So you can make sure, you can therefore see the impacts that this would potentially create with all the other impacts of existing development and then the other housing development that would occur with our housing element.
If I can answer your second question, Commissioner Sayak, the North 40 designation and associated principles are not part of the GPAC's charge of the 4 focus areas.
All right, Commissioner O'Donnell and Commissioner Erickson.
I want to understand what it means on the bottom of page LU 31 when it does say actions and it says prepare and adopt. it sounds like go do that. And I guess the question is, what is the timing? Do we wait till we have somebody saying, here's what we'd like to do, and we determine whether it's consistent with the universe as Commissioner Sayak just stated it? Or is that somehow telling the city to go prepare a specific plan, notwithstanding that we don't have a specific proposal?
Communities can take one of two approaches. They can either take it upon themselves to create the specific plan, which I believe is what occurred back in the 90s when the town was creating the original specific plan. Is that correct? Or you have a proposal submitted to you, to the agency, and then the agency, some agencies would allow the developer of the site to prepare the specific plan. The discussion that we've had to this state point has been that the town would be preparing the specific plan with input from the developer.
Well, the reason I asked that, the specific plan which they've adopted in the past, which they revisited a number of times, has cost, as I recall, some hundreds of thousands of dollars over a period of time. And as near as I can tell, it accomplished no benefit. And so I'm always troubled by a town trying to tell specifically how a piece of property should be developed when in fact they don't have a deal. Because that's all very interesting, but when somebody decides they want to develop it, they're not necessarily impressed with the town's specific plan that the town just spent a lot of money on. Mm-hmm. So if this means to be, look, town, you can go ahead and prepare a specific plan if you want to, or you can wait, I don't think it's phrased that way. It sounds like it's a charge. Go prepare a specific plan. And I just think that's something we ought to flesh out, because if the town wants to continue spending money on designing before they have a developer telling them more specifically, I, for one, think it's a waste of money. So.
And I just wanted to make one point of clarification. The North 40 specific plan actually wasn't adopted. It was drafted, and because I think that there was the desire to look at housing, and the draft North 40 plan created in the 90s did not include housing, that it was not adopted until that was analyzed. And it's actually, I think, was going to be analyzed in the general plan in 2000, and it wasn't. So this is the time.
Well, I have participated in some of these activities where studies were underway for that, and we did spend a lot of money.
Yeah.
And then they get old, and then we go on to something else. So I'm just saying, for whatever it's worth at this point, I would want to be clear. I would want to be clear, if that's the intent here, that this is not a charge. Go prepare a specific plan. It merely allows what the town already can do, which is prepare a specific plan if they want to, or they can wait until they have more than a proposal from somebody and something more specific. Because even some of the matters that I participated in the past, we've had these discussions, and it hasn't been clear to me what the town's ultimate position is. But I think if one examined the shelves of studies we've done before on this site, you would not find a cost benefit.
I think this points to a larger question about what do actions mean and what's their role in the general plan, this action and all of the actions. And I would say that the actions are the things that we think the town should do in order to implement the policies and the goals of the general plan. And there's specific action steps that the town will take, do once and then be finished, like prepare and adopt a specific plan. However, there's nothing in the general plan that says in what order the action should be completed or by what timeline. And a thing that's really useful about actions in the general plan is that each year in preparing the budget and the capital improvement plan and making other decisions about town resources, this is a real clear list of things that the town has said we're going to do. And each year, staff will be looking at these actions to see which one of them should be prioritized and what's the appropriate timing.
But that means every year when you review this and you haven't done it, you're saying to yourself, I have not accomplished something that we set out to do, right? But what I'm saying is, if that's the intention of the town, that we will indeed prepare a specific plan, notwithstanding that we don't have a firm proposal before us, that is a judgment that they're making. And I'm not sure that they are making it. Because if I had a list, if I were a city official and I had a list every year and somebody said, well, gosh, you've been carrying that now for the last 5 years, what's the matter with you? If our intention is to say we want to do that before we develop it, then we should be clear. If we're saying we want to do it, then we have to consider, well, when do we want to do it? And I think people, a citizen should be right. It's coming down every year and say, golly, you did that in 2010, now it's 2015, you still don't have a specific plan.
Right.
I'm not saying that will occur, but that's the judgment process. So part of the reason I'm saying this is ultimately the town council will decide this matter. And I just want to clear, at least for their purposes, do they really want to spend money on this, or do they want to wait until the situation is proper? And if they do, then I would suggest the language be clear enough that no one will be judged adversely on the failure to do this in a shorter versus a longer time frame.
Do you think the addition of something like the phrase prior to development of the site would help
Would
provide
certainly
some
help
of that
me.
clarification?
I would like that, yeah.
Okay. We can certainly forward that input to the town council.
Seems we have consensus on that. I see nodding heads. Commissioner Erickson, you had your hand up, and then we'll go to Commissioner Jensen.
This is a question not to be answered tonight in the interest of just giving the question, but then moving on to the four focused areas. I would agree with the statement that that's the reason for it, us having a plan at the appropriate moment is that it's an important one. I would suggest that the development of Los Gatos Boulevard is equally as important, and given that there are actually two new goals in there, but independent of that, since obviously the Los Gatos Boulevard runs by the North 40, and there are significant opportunities along the boulevard for development, and both of those decisions together, the planning of those things together, will shape that part of the town in the future. Okay, so now what's the question? So the question is, how does one envision having the development of the Los Gatos Boulevard plan and the development of the North 40 specific plan work together to complement each other, to guide the town through the development of that part of town in the future?
Thank you. Did you get that question down? All right. Commissioner Jensen.
I just wanted to make sure or clarify what was being indicated there was a consensus to with Commissioner O'Donnell's comments, because the final comment was, should there be a plan before there's a development? Yes, I agree with that. But all the comments that went before, that essentially we need to wait for the developer to come and tell us what they want, then we'll make a plan, I definitely do not agree with that. Because I think the essence of planning is you plan, and the reason that you have a specific plan or general plan is that the town is being proactive in guiding the development rather than vice versa, the developer deciding what the development is going to be and then the plan saying, sounds great to me, let's develop a plan so you can make your development, which I think I understood Commissioner O'Donnell to be saying in large part. And if that's what he's saying, there's no consensus from this commissioner on that. I think that the role of the plan is to be proactive in guiding the kind of development the town wants to see, which is why we engage in this exercise, by my way of thinking. So, yes, I'm all for having a plan before there's development, but I definitely don't agree with the comments that went before it.
If I could just really quickly, and then I'll let Commissioner O'Donnell respond. The only thing that I thought I saw agreement on was the adding of the language prior to development, added to the action. That was the only thing I was referring to.
And that I'm fine with.
And Commissioner O'Donnell, do you want to respond?
No, we don't have to get into the deeper practical
questions. But that's what the consensus is on, is just adding that. All right. Did staff understand that as well?
Yes, we understand.
Great. So any other, Commissioner Sayoc?
I have 3 more questions on the North 40.
Okay, another 3.
Trying to tie these things together. So we have a maximum number of dwelling units. And one of the speakers that spoke today, the Superintendent Matsuoko, mentioned his concern, as well as Superintendent Whitmore's concern of not providing fast growth. So I'm assuming they're looking at the figures that they were talking about in that figure and multiplying it by these dwelling units. And when he's talking about this is where they're comfortable, this is actually the numbers that he was referring to?
Right, the total development.
The total development, okay. So that was the first question. The second one is, just want to clarify, there was another speaker that spoke representing, I believe, the owners of this development about mixed use was important to them. And as far as I read this general language, there's nothing that would prohibit mixed use. Am I correct in that?
Right.
That would be something we would look at as a specific plan.
That speaker was actually referring to a different property
Oh, I'm
besides
sorry.
the North
Okay.
40 specific plan.
Okay.
Same owner, different property.
I see. Okay. And, you know what? I forgot my third now. So.
All right, well, I have a couple, so maybe you'll remember in that time. One kind of a very basic question is the North 40 specific overlay, it's under land use designations, and it's not under the overlays and special planning area section. I'm just wondering why, since it's an overlay zone, why it's not in the overlay section.
It's not a zone, so the overlays that are discussed under the overlay and special planning areas are overlay zones in the town code as opposed to designations in the general plan. So right now this is a new category of designation, which is an overlay designation as opposed to a base designation, and it's just listed with the rest of your designations.
Okay.
Right now, I
think I got that. But so following up on that, I guess what jumps out at me when I read this section is the level of specificity for that versus our other designations. The other designations have 1 or 2 sentences,
Right.
and this has 2 pages.
Right.
And maybe I missed it in some of the earlier comments, but again, I think it's important, since we're starting to put hard numbers on this, and the general plan designation, all the other designations are very broad and vague and general, and this puts some hard numbers on things, and I'm just wondering if at some point down the road we do get applications, and what are the implications of that moving forward, and why is it so specific?
Well, the intent of providing the specificity here was, as we were saying earlier, to really set the boundaries of what would be allowed under the specific plan. So rather than making a vague designation that said, this is a designation that says there should be a specific plan for the North 40 area, we wanted to set some boundaries for it, both because we think that's appropriate from a policy standpoint, but also, as Wendy alluded to, because we do need to set some numbers in order to analyze development for the purposes of the general plan EIR. So if a project were to come in that wanted to exceed these numbers, if it wanted to do something less than these numbers, that would be okay. That would still be within the envelope that we've established here within our overlay zone. If it wanted to exceed these numbers, they would need to, in addition to doing a specific plan, pursue a general plan amendment to amend the parameters of this overlay designation.
I guess my concern is by putting numbers in there that people are just going to build to the max. And we say not to exceed, but I mean, I think that's what people are going to come in at, and so that's my concern. And secondly, how does this relate to the EIR and the CEQA analysis? So is the EIR that we've done, does it address the traffic and the visual impact and all of that related to that level of development that we specified in there?
Yes.
And so a subsequent CEQA document for a specific development would then not have to go through that same level of review under CEQA?
It would have to go through a much more detailed level of review. The general plan, similarly, the general plan EIR sets an envelope. So we've done traffic analysis on a townwide level of what would happen if 750 dwelling units and 580,000 square feet of retail and office development were built on this site, in addition to all of the development on the potential housing sites and other background development that will occur in Los Gatos over the next 10 years. That's what the townwide traffic impacts are going to be. This project, if it were to go forward, would also have to conduct a much more specific traffic analysis, not only looking at the intersections right around the site, but also, for example, internal circulation within the site. The visual impact analysis, for example, has been conducted on a very programmatic level. This EIR, I would assume, would include things like visual simulations of specific buildings or building envelopes and views from different key locations within town. So it can tier off of a lot of the existing information and regulatory information in the general plan EIR, but the EIR on this project will have to be much more detailed.
And just to add to that, the intent is to prepare an EIR on the specific plan.
And finally, I have one final question. So the North 40 is also the site of one of our significant unavoidable impacts, and that's for the unique farmland issue. And I guess I'm not quite familiar with the designation of unique farmland under CEQA. So I guess my question is, there's no way to mitigate for that, like retaining a small portion as a demonstration farm or some sort of educational farming? I mean, it seems like there'd be some way to mitigate for it. And it just seemed like it was, because in the draft EIR, it was not listed as a significant unavoidable impact. And that's just a new one that's showed up in the final. So I'm just curious as
I want to be really clear about this because this is an important legal point. It's not a new impact. We didn't list it correctly in the summary chapter, but it was identified as an impact in the draft EIR. It's not a new impact. If it
Thank
was
you
a
for
new impact,
clarifying
you have to be
that, yeah.
recirculating your EIR. I think that, yes, you could certainly do things to preserve part of the agriculture on the site or the agricultural heritage of the site, but I think that our judgment was that given the amount and extent of development that would be allowed within these parameters, as you said, it could be less than that, but if it was up to this maximum envelope, there would be not really probably any or significant room left over for maintaining a meaningful amount of agriculture on the site. So while you might be able to provide some mitigations, I wouldn't feel comfortable concluding that you could mitigate it to a less than significant impact level.
with this current level of development,
Right.
or even a reduction in that level of development.
I think then it really gets into more of a judgment call about how much of an impact is significant. But the standard of significance does address removing land from agricultural use that's been identified as unique farmland. So we are certainly allowing that to occur by approving this.
Okay, great. Thank you for that clarification. All right, Commissioner Stack, back to you.
Okay, two questions. The first, to follow up on that, with that standard, I don't even know if I'm using the right terminology, but is it a percentage of that agricultural land?
No.
Or is it just all or nothing?
Let me find the language of the standard here. It's really pretty much all or nothing. I believe this is in the land use chapter of the draft general plan. And the standard asks about would the proposed project convert prime farmland, unique farmland, or farmland of statewide importance, as shown as maps prepared pursuant to the Farmland Mapping and Monitoring Program of the California Resources Agency, to non-agricultural use. So would it convert unique farmland to non-agricultural use, yes or no? In this case, the answer is yes. And so we concluded that there would be an impact.
Okay, and then my second question, just clarification, on the matrix that you provided on page 12, number 12, the recommended change was to, again, this is specific to the North 40, to provide at least 150 units was struck out and put 20%. So that's that sentence. And then the staff recommendation was that they did not agree. And so I'm just trying to understand, is it the staff recommendation that 150 actually be listed, or is it the 20%?
The staff recommendation, I believe, is to stick with the 150.
Actually, in the language, in the draft language, we have changed that.
Oh, okay. Okay.
The challenge here is that we had to find sites for an additional, we had a couple of additional sites identified in our housing element, our draft housing element for affordable housing sites. And those sites, we had to pull them out of the list because their existing development we thought would be properly terminating, and their existing development's not terminating. So we had to find sites for additional affordable housing units to meet our RENA numbers. It was late in the analysis process, and we'd already completed the traffic study, or else we would have probably gone out and looked at additional sites. We knew the North 40 had never been identified in the housing element, but we knew there would be a significant number of affordable units there when that develops. So we identified 150 units, which I think puts us over what we really need to meet in terms of the affordable housing RHNA numbers. And as we looked at that, and we realized that there is a good chance that 750 units won't be developed on the site, less than, then we defaulted to our below market price or below market rate program requirements, which would be 20%. And Joanna didn't have that information because we actually changed that with your desk item that you received tonight. So at this point in time, we're recommending 20%. With a caveat added to that, because we will be, if development is proposed for the North 40 site, we will be also negotiating a development agreement, and that allows us to negotiate for other things that are not required, up and above what's required. So there could be the opportunity for us to negotiate for more.
Thank you. Commissioner O'Donnell, I think you want to revisit that past point.
No, I don't think I have to now. That's fine. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Talsor.
Maybe this goes with what we were talking about with the North 40. Number 15 on page 12, it says, this is from an email from a Dick Conrad, so the source of the change. Request policy to improve the visual impact of freeway entrances to Los Gatos, particularly at Highway 17 and Saratoga-Los Gatos Road. And so he wanted a new policy. So the staff said this was an operational issue and should not be addressed in the general plan. My question is, if it were a policy issue, would that be more clear and more enforceable? Or it would, we could count on that?
Sure. Thank you. Mr. Kaprizov, please state your name and position for the record.
Yes, thank you. Is this on? Yes, it is. Always wanted to say that. Is this on? Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm Todd Capurso, Director of Parks and Public Works, Town of Los Gatos. That is an interesting point that was brought up because of the state highway issue. It's actually state property, so we really can't. At least we didn't feel that we could place a condition on the state with regard to how they maintain sites. We've certainly placed conditions, as other cities have in this county, for how freeways and expressways, even with the county, how they're developed, but not as to their maintenance. So we viewed that as being more of a operational issue. We work cooperatively with Caltrans, both on their property, and they work with us on our sites. But those are essentially maintenance issues, not development issues. Does that help address that at all?
It does. I just keep wondering if it would ever develop into a development issue. And so how could we be assured that the conversation would continue and the collaboration?
Well, that's a very good point. I think the way that we could address this, that we haven't, to be very honest, would be that if and when we got to a point where the state had proposed to perhaps rebuild the interchanges or other bridges across Highway 17, that would be the opportunity to reconstruct these areas in a more visually appealing manner. But up until that point, we certainly don't have any incentive or any guideline to hold them to. But certainly that's a point well taken, that if we don't establish that, and then we come to that scenario, we wouldn't have anything to fall back on. That is a very good point.
So maybe that could be a policy to study how. I mean, what would you suggest?
I think it's something that we can take a look at as further study.
I think I just want to point out also that I think this is an example of an issue that may be very appropriate for the general plan, but is outside of the 4 focus areas that were the target of this particular update.
I understand that. On the other hand, it seems like a lot of things were revised in the general plan. I mean, couldn't we somehow signal this, flag this?
I think what we can do, we are going to be recording the comments that the Planning Commission makes on the comment matrix, and that will be included with information sent on to the Town Council. We are trying to be diligent in staying consistent with the town council direction, which was the 4 focus areas, and then removing policies that were redundant or completed. But we can put those comments on and send that on to the council and let them consider that.
Because it very well might impact the development of the North 40 and the Oka Road. I mean, who knows, there could be a bridge, pedestrian bridge over that area.
Thank you. So trying to get back on track here. This brings us back to goal LU9, which was the North 40. So maybe we should, since we've had extensive discussion on that, take a look at those new policies and actions, and maybe with a fresh pair of eyes, and see if we have any comments on those general plan policies at this point. And again, this might be one of those that we mull over for a week and revisit next week. So I think we're okay to move on.
And can I make one more suggestion too, is to please make sure that you look at the desk item attachment 2, because the General Plan Advisory Committee did discuss this near the end of their second meeting in May. And there was, I would say, there was consensus overall to leave more information in so that it does provide a foundation for what the specific plan should look like. There was direction to remove things that were very specific that then, for instance, if we left in things such as maximum of 2 stories or 3 stories, if through the specific plan process something else was determined to be more appropriate, then it could necessitate a general plan amendment. So we took out things that we thought were much more specific and left in more things that are concepts, sustainable smart development practices, mixed use, things that we would expect in that plan, but are not specific to any certain type of, I'd say, more design. So we'd like you to take a look at that and be able to give us comments on that. One additional comment with that is there was a recommendation, there was a request from Grosvenor Americas to change the language, and I think it's important that you consider this because we'll be taking a recommendation on to the council to change the language of the first bullet point under the principles that says complement and not compete with the Los Gatos downtown and rest of the community. And staff agreed, and I think their suggested change was
include a mixture of uses that complement Los Gatos' downtown and the rest of the community.
So that's something we'd like you to think about also, because that competition language has been pretty much used historically in town, and that's our downtown's protected, and we're very protective of it. So it's important for you to think about that over this weekend. We can revisit this again next Wednesday night.
Thank you. So we move on to, oh, sorry,
So
Commissioner
are we going
Falcone.
to talk about, we're still on the specific plan overlay for the North 40? Could we make a comment about one of the bullet points?
Absolutely.
Okay. One that I noticed was provide pedestrian-oriented buildings along the Los Gatos Boulevard frontage with minimal parking oriented to the street, which I agree with in part, or most of the parts. But I was just curious, early on, years ago, when we talked about this development, we talked about leaving some area that was very natural looking, that actually reminded us that this was a walnut orchard, like we are seeing today. And I'm wondering, since you were so specific or with saying provide, the pedestrian buildings along, there's no mention of that, and is there a way for us to mention in here to consider or include an area that reminds us of what it was? I remember those discussions were very important. I don't know if the rest of the commission wants to weigh in on that, but at the time, that seemed to be very important to us.
I think this is going back to our discussion, and I think Charles brought this up, of trying to ensure that the Los Gatos Boulevard plan and the North 40 specific plan are integrated and support one another. I think these are the types of things that come into potential conflict, because Los Gatos Boulevard plan has a very different position with development along the boulevard. So I think that if the consensus of the commission is that, I know there is discussion of trying to create some type of recognition of the heritage of the property. I don't think it's probably been thought of along Los Gatos Boulevard. I think it's probably more of something that would be internal to the site. However, if the commission, a consensus of the commission says that we do need to add a principle or a guideline, then that's the commission's prerogative.
Okay, any other comments on the North 40 before we move on? Seeing none, let's...
Okay, so we'll return to goal LU9 on, let's see, I think we're on pages LU 30 and 31. Any other suggested changes or questions or comments on these policies under goal LU9? Okay. We're going to move on to goal LU10. Both goals, LU10 and LU11, are about Los Gatos Boulevard, acknowledging the importance of this corridor in the town and its prominence. Goal LU10 is about ensuring an appropriate mix of land uses along Los Gatos Boulevard. And these are all existing policies in your current general plan. Seeing no comments or questions, I'm going to go on to goal LU11, which is about appropriate and compatible development along Los Gatos Boulevard. So this is more about the character of development and new projects as opposed to about the type of uses. Again, all of the policies and actions are existing in your current general plan.
And we have a comment from Commissioner O'Donnell.
It's really a question. When we look at what Wendy just asked us to think about for next week, we seem to have to just told ourselves we don't have to think too much about it, because this kind of flies in the face of what we're supposed to think about, doesn't it? In other words, at the bottom of page, it must be 11, I'm on the wrong page here. You were telling us, it's comment 11, on the bottom of 11, we're supposed to think about what Grosvenor wants, which is include a mixture of uses that complement Los Gatos downtown and the rest of the community. And the word complement is the thing we're supposed to think about. On the other hand, you come to the goal, and it doesn't have anything at all to do about preserving the downtown. So if we want to be consistent with LU11, we don't have to think about whether we should change the comment, do we? I mean, I don't understand why we're dividing this up.
I think the Grosvenor comment is about the principles of the North 40 specific plan overlay that we looked at earlier in the land use designation. I think their language could be read as being consistent with the language of goal LU11 here, so I don't think that presents a problem. I think the specific question that Wendy was raising, and please correct me if I'm wrong, is that the suggested deletion of not compete with Los Gatos' downtown perhaps puts a slightly different cast on this point than the retention of the word about complementing downtowns.
Well, we're saying that on Los Gatos Boulevard, go right ahead and compete, or don't compete, whereas for the North 40, we're saying one or the other. I mean, if you're going to allow competition on the North 40, shouldn't you allow it on Los Gatos Boulevard and vice versa? I'm just wondering if we should be addressing these consistently. The answer may simply be the complement is a good word.
I think in both cases, the language does say complement. So the goal says that development along Los Gatos Boulevard should complement the whole town. And both the existing language and the principles.
The issue isn't whether it's a good word. The issue is, are we supposed to think about this change because it is a change from an old established policy? Now, if that was, maybe I misunderstood it, but I thought Wendy just told us, please think about your homework assignment, this paragraph 11, because we're leaving a long-established word, which was, hey, don't mess with the downtown, and we're moving from that. And I'm just saying, you're telling me, well, don't worry about it, because in both cases it says complement. So maybe I'm the only one confused by that, and if I am, I'll just stop.
I think the old language and the existing and the proposed language all say complement. I'm just not sure on what the change is.
My recollection, and maybe I'm wrong, I thought there was more specific language about how we weren't supposed to compete with downtown, which is not the word complement.
Right, that was the, if you look on attachment 12, attachment 2, I'm sorry, this piece.
Yeah.
The existing language in the general plan in the overlay text says complement and not compete with Los Gatos' downtown and the rest of the community. You have in your comment matrix on page 11 a submitted request for a change from Grosvenor Americas that would delete complement and not compete with Los Gatos' downtown and the rest of the community, and replace that with include a mixture of uses that complement Los Gatos' downtown and the rest of the community.
Wouldn't you find that inconsistent then with goal LU11?
I would find either the struck out language or the, I would find either the language as it is and the language that Grosvenor proposed. I think both of those are consistent with goal 11.
So if you say on one, it shall complement but not compete, and the other one you simply say it shall complement, you don't find an inconsistency there?
Not with a goal that says complement.
If I were looking at the goal, I would say as long as I complement, I can compete. Couldn't I say that?
You
and
could.
That's okay, whereas the original language said I shouldn't compete.
That's right. But it also said you have to complement.
And I think that's what we're being asked to weigh in on, is whether
I
or not
understand that, but we're now commenting unrelated, I think, to this comment 11. We're now discussing LU11, and I'm saying I assume we'll want to think about that till next week. That's all.
Right, yeah, and maybe even add in, if we like not compete, make it consistent across the board, one way or the other, right?
All right.
Commissioner Sapp?
And could you just give me historical background on what exactly do you mean by compete? So the example I come to think of as, if there's a specific shop downtown and there's a specific shop in Los Gatos Boulevard that sells the same merchandise, is that considered compete?
I'm hoping Joel can give you a perspective, because this is new for me, too. But I think that's the dilemma, because you could say anything then competes. If they sell the same type of product, anything could compete. So let's see if Joel can give us some.
Well, I'm going to defer to Chair Bourgeois and then.
Well, so I've been on the General Plan Committee ever since I've been on Planning Commission, and the example that always comes up when we talk about competition is Santana Row, is the creation of some artificial, I shouldn't use artificial, some designed or secondary downtown type area. That's the example that always comes up when we talk about competition with downtown. We don't want another Santana Row. And I'm not advocating for or against that. I'm saying that's what people keep saying when we talk about that competing with downtown. Commissioner Jensen?
Just from a historic perspective, which I unfortunately am able to provide. When I served on the Planning Commission previously, the object or the concern was that at that time, and that was from 1989 to 1999, the concern was that there were, at that point, many locally owned, unique businesses on North Santa Cruz Avenue. That is not the case anymore. And the idea was that that was unique, that they had a sidewalk presence, and that there was some hope to be able to preserve unique, locally owned businesses. And often when Mr. Arzi comes in, that's what he's talking about. So that's, along with Santana Row, yes, that's the modern iteration. But historically, the competition was, please don't drive our locally owned businesses out by putting a gap over on Los Gatos Boulevard. So now North Santa Cruz does have a gap, University has a gap, but that's the historic, or the concept that it originated as.
Commissioner O'Donnell?
That certainly predated Santana Row, and I'm sure that's correct. I remember even earlier than that, when San Jose lost its downtown and Valley Fair was born. That was in part a zoning problem. It was also a litigation problem. And I think, and I'm not coming down on either side of this issue, but if a Santana Row were to open on a place like the North 40, you might kiss your downtown goodbye, which may or may not be a good thing. So this is a very important discussion, and I agree with the question, what does it mean? Because if you have a Williams-Sonoma downtown, can't you have a Williams-Sonoma out there? And I'd be hard-pressed to say, no, you couldn't. So if what you're really worried about is building a new downtown in another location, that's has to be fleshed out a little bit. And you really have to ask yourself, what am I trying to accomplish here? And I think the language, but shall not compete, is not very helpful. But I think it's a real discussion that should be had, and by the time the council decides what they want to do, and I'm passing it off to them because I think it's a really tough question. If somebody said, we've got somebody right now that'll spend $1 billion to put a new Santana Row down. Santana Row is lovely. But you just would ask yourself, okay, what will that do with our downtown and how will we feel about that? And that obviously would engender a lot of emotion, at least. So I think it's something that has to be pursued and thought about, and we have a week to think about, and then the council will have a month. And I'm going to be very interested in what we say next week, and particularly interested in what they say in August.
Commissioner Erickson.
I would just amend my earlier observation about what would be effectively LU9 and LU11 and say, given this conversation, one might also want to look at LU7 given the context of this conversation, because much of the language in LU7 and LU8 reflects the history of the downtown preserving, which may or may not be still relevant or not. I'm not judging whether it is, but it seems to me if one is really going to look at the development and assuming the word is complement is correct, one may need to really look at whether LU7 and potentially LU8 and LU9 and LU11 all work together to meet the goal of being complementary with each other.
Commissioner Jensen.
I agree, and I just wanted to throw into the mix that I think that the historical foundation of preserving, the notion of preserving the downtown, that's part of the reason why we have the formula retail statute or ordinance. It's the same concept.
Okay, so we're on LU11, right?
Correct.
So are there any specific comments to those policies or actions? Commissioner Sayoc.
So following on the heels of the discussion we had of North 40 and how it competes, I do want to echo a comment that was thrown out earlier about the importance of the Los Gatos Boulevard plan, because in terms of a planning perspective, North 40, Los Gatos Boulevard, and how we envision the development of those areas certainly will affect downtown. And it's just very hard for me to just break it out part and parcel. So if there's some way, I know there's a specific action, which is LU 11.2, to use the adopted Los Gatos Boulevard plan, but knowing that the Los Gatos Boulevard plan is anticipated to be changed, I'm wondering, is there anything we can do to reflect the importance of that before future applications come in? I'll just throw that up there.
Just so the commission realizes, the updating of the Los Gatos Boulevard plan is on the department's work plan. It's not something that would occur this year. It might occur next year, depending on resources, if we have the resources to do that. It is on the work plan, but you're right. I think that that's the challenge of trying to ensure that you're integrating those two. And I'm not sure if we can do something. If a specific plan is forthcoming on the North 40, if we can integrate some of that at that point, it's going to have to be addressed in there. And so there might be some ways to integrate that and to look at some of the concerns have been expressed about the Boulevard plan and see if they can be addressed in the specific plan, or at least analyzed.
Commissioner O'Donnell.
Just a minor point. When you read this, we aren't changing, but the history has changed. We talk about auto dealers a lot, and I guess we have two, if I recall correctly, two auto dealers. By that I mean selling new cars left. And heaven knows I'm not trying to interfere with the auto dealers, but I'm just wondering if we have to single them out quite the same way that we did in the past. It's just a thought, and I'm not even saying it's very important, but it looks like we did this review and we forgot that the world has changed.
I think that just reflects the fact that auto dealers are another example of something that's, if we were doing a comprehensive start-to-finish general plan update, we might have looked at these policies and many others more closely, but they weren't part of the 4 focus areas.
All right. Moving right along.
Okay. The final goal in the land use element is LU 12. This goal is just kind of put in place to have an organizing location for the 2 existing policies about maintaining and enforcing existing land use regulations. And these are existing policies. Okay. That concludes our review of the land use element. I think we will move along to the community design element. The introductory text of the element in this case is sprinkled throughout the sections, and so for each of the sections that you see listed on the diamond bullet point list on page CD1, there is background text followed by relevant goals, policies, and actions. So we will go ahead and jump into any of the background text on page CD1 and 2, or let's just try that, see if there's any quick comments or questions. Not from Commissioner Erickson. Okay. Let's look at goals CD1. That's about protecting the existing small-town character and quality of life within Los Gatos, and it includes it's an existing goal, and all of the policies are existing policies. There were no changes suggested by any commenters or the GPAC. So we'll go on to goal CD2. This is about limiting the intensity of new development to be consistent with the existing surrounding development. Again, all existing goal and policies with no changes. Goal CD3 is specifically addressing elements of the built environment, utilities, landscape, and streetscapes, as opposed to buildings. And the goal is new. Almost all of the policies and action are existing. I want to point out 2 changes recommended by the GPAC. One is to policy CD 3.5 to delete lush and full. That was in response to a comment on your matrix from the Sustainability Committee. That comment is on row 13 on page 3. If you'd like to look at the original comment, the GPAC supported and agreed with that change. The other change that the GPAC agreed with is to action CD 3.1. You see the changes regarding the bay-friendly landscaping guidelines. That's another change suggested based on a comment, again, from the Sustainability Committee, listed on row 15 of your comment matrix on page 3. Any comments or questions on this one? Okay, goal CD4 is about preserving a variety of trees and vegetation. All our existing policies. There is one GPAC change, the addition of the words "and enforce" in action CD 4.1. That comes from your comment matrix, a change suggested by the Parks Commission on row 14 on page 8, which the GPAC agreed with. Seeing no comments or questions, I'm going to just keep moving right along to goal CD5, a built environment that keeps Los Gatos safe, all existing policies and an existing action with no change. Okay, moving on to the next section. This section of goals and actions, goals, policies, and actions addresses residential neighborhoods. Goal CD6 is protecting the physical and other distinctive qualities of residential neighborhoods, all existing policies with no changes. Similarly, goal CD7 is an existing goal and existing policies with no changes suggested.
Commissioner O'Donnell.
I'm just curious about the drafting with the yards in the parentheses. Is that, it just seems odd to put that way. It's like find open space or yards. So are we saying that the yards are open space, or are we saying open space and yards? I don't know what it means.
That's a good question. Maybe we can have that clarification brought to us at the next meeting. Okay, thank you. So
that is the current punctuation in the existing general plan, just for your information. But that doesn't answer your question. Okay, I'm going to move on to non-residential areas. They are addressed briefly in goal CD8. CD8 and the associated policies are existing with no changes. Okay. The next section is about downtown. We have a series of goals and policies about community character downtown. The first is goal CD9. And actually, I think each one of these goals, policies, and actions are goal CD9, 10, and 11 are all existing goals and policies with no changes suggested by the GPAC or other commenters. So perhaps we could do all three of these in one fell swoop. Okay. The next section of the community design element addresses historic preservation. There's a bit more extensive background text in this section, explaining the history of the town and the existing historic districts. And then we come to goal CD12, to preserve significant historic and architectural features within the town. This is an existing goal, and it is followed exclusively by existing policies and actions with no changes suggested. Seeing no comments, we'll take a look at goal CD13, which addresses specifically rehabilitation and reuse of historic structures. The goal is new, the policies are all existing. Okay. The next section in the community design element addresses hillside development. Goal CD14 is about preserving the natural beauty and ecological integrity of hillsides by regulating new homes. It's existing as well as the policies. Goal CD15 is about preserving natural topography and ecosystems. It is also an existing goal followed by existing policies. Any comments or questions on either goal CD14 or 15? Seeing none. The scenic resources section of the community design element. Goal CD14 is the only goal here, promote and protect view sheds and scenic resources. This is an existing goal with existing policies and no changes. The last section of the community design element addresses the design review process. Goal CD17 is an existing goal. It's followed by all existing policies. With one new policy, which is policy CD 17.4.
Commissioner Erickson, you have a comment?
With the new CD 17.4, it's not clear to me what the meaning of the word major is. I wouldn't ask you necessarily to answer that question now, but it would seem to me this is subject to a wide range of interpretation.
I'm going to see if town staff wants to respond at all right now or not. Okay, we'll talk about that next week. And let's see, I think we have one more goal here. Goal CD18 is a new goal, but all of the actions underneath this goal are taken from the existing general plan. So the existing general plan already includes several things that the town code may or may not need to do or be amended to do. This new goal is simply to have a place to locate all of these under one consistent goal. Any comments or questions? Okay, that concludes our review of the community design element. Thank you. We will move next to transportation. The transportation element, in addition to discussing the circulation system and existing conditions of intersections in the town, also an important part to note about this element that I would like you to look at briefly are the section E, starting on page TRA 14. These are the planned and proposed transportation improvements. So kind of similar to the way that the land use designation land use element includes both designations and policies and actions, the transportation element includes both improvements and policies and actions related to transportation. I think it would perhaps be appropriate to plan to discuss on June 30th the comments in your comment matrix on these improvements. If you look at page 14 and 15 of your comment matrix, in the other category, there are some suggested changes to the list of improvements on these pages from Jesse Pooh, the town engineer. But since those are not part of the 4 focus areas, I just want to mention them since we're looking at this element tonight, and perhaps suggest that if you have any comments or questions, we address those on the 30th. Okay. Then we are going to focus on the goals, policies, and actions. The first is goal TRA 1 on page TRA 22. The goal is new. All of the policies are existing policies, but the 2 actions, TRA 1.1 and 1.2, are new actions. Any comments or questions on TRA 1? Seeing none. Goal TRA 2. A new goal with 2 new policies and 2 new actions to create and maintain a safe, efficient, and well-designed roadway network. The new policies here are added in the interest of the environment and sustainability focus area, similarly to the actions. Any questions or comments about goal TRA 2? No. Okay. Goal TRA 3 addresses preventing and mitigating traffic impacts from new development. Policy TRA 3.1 is new, as is 3.8. The rest of these policies and the action are all existing. Yes?
I actually have just a comment on the previous one. The term complete streets, that's defined in the glossary, right, correct?
That's true.
Yeah, okay.
Would you like me to explain it?
No, I just wanted to make sure that in the document it's defined.
Correct.
Thanks.
Goal TRA 3, any comments or questions?
Commissioner Jensen?
On the goal or on anything connected with it?
Anything connected with it.
Okay, there's a new policy, 3.8.
Uh-huh.
New development shall be required to upgrade public improvements on project frontages to meet current standards. And even though I was sat through all the GPAC meetings and participated, I don't know what that means or what a public improvement is considered to be, or a public frontage, or what the current standards are. Are we talking about town standards? Are we talking about state standards? I just think it needs to be a lot more specific.
I believe this is referring to town standards. I can answer that much.
Where does one find the town standards that it's referring to?
They're adopted standards that the Parks and Public Works Department maintains.
And is there some way to figure that out when you go through the general plan of your developer? Can you figure out, or do you, I mean, how do we reference something where it's not, for example, bay-friendly landscaping? I mean, do we have any kind of
Well, and it's purposely left,
cross-reference?
I would say, more open because those standards could change based on conditions. By adopting a complete street concept, that may necessitate a change to our standards. So this then requires the developer to consult with the engineering department to find out what the standards are, and then they'd have to implement those standards, either upgrade if they're developing and the frontage is substandard, they'd have to upgrade it, or they'd actually have to put in if it's not been developed, they'd have to put in those new standards, or meet those new standards by improvements.
Does it include undergrounding utilities, for example?
I'm sorry.
Could it, or does it include undergrounding utilities?
If the standard requires undergrounding, and Todd may want to comment further, but in many cases, our standards require undergrounding. So in that case, it would. But it is specific to types of development. In other words, single-family residential, new house would require undergrounding. Addition to a new house may not require undergrounding. Generally, in all commercial development, industrial development, for subdivisions, you'll see undergrounding requirements.
Any other comments on Transportation 3? Okay, I think we can move on.
Okay. Goal TRA 4 is a new goal addressing Highway 17, but all of the policies underneath this are existing transportation element policies.
I have a question.
Commissioner O'Donnell.
This is just for my own education, not to change anything. How does one ensure that there are not going to be any future changes to Highway 17 by the state?
I think we're asking that the goal would be that future changes, not that there are no future changes, but when they occur, they don't cause a negative impact on the quality of life for Los Gatos.
Okay, how do you ensure that doesn't happen?
I think that's our goal, what we'd like to see happen. So we're just, the goals are a statement of the town's ideal future.
I can add to that, too. Whenever outside agencies are adopting their capital improvement programs, they usually consult the town and make sure that we have policies that support what they're doing. So this is when we would use something like this, is if they were proposing something, we would, or if they're preparing an environmental impact report on a project, we would use these goals and policies then to be able to express whatever the town desires with that project. So that's why you include that general language generally.
Anything else on goal TRA 4 about Highway 17? Or the associated policies? No? Okay. Goal TRA 5 is about making streets safe for all users, including drivers, cyclists, and pedestrians. The goal is new. Almost all of the policies and actions are new with the exception of policy TRA 5.8 and action TRA 5.4.
Commissioner Stack.
I know that the school districts have put together they're routes that are heavily used by students on their way to school. And I'm wondering if, I'm not sure of the details of that, but was there any input by them into how those routes could be incorporated into the general plan to ensure that those routes are at least given some priority?
Go ahead, Tom.
I can think of part of that.
Okay.
Can I have you repeat that one more time, because I think I missed the first part?
So the Safe Routes to School
Right.
Committee, I know they've identified routes that are heavily used by students within certain neighborhoods on their way to school. I'm not sure if, is there some way to mesh those routes with a priority, whether it's our capital improvement plan or highlighting it in the general plan so that they are prioritized?
There's going to be there's two answers to that. I can't answer the first one. I'm going to refer back to Wendy about how they would be reflected in the general plan, but I will tell you that operationally they are aligned with our priorities because we work cooperatively with all the school districts. We help in the identification of the safe routes to school, and as you will see, I think earlier in the transportation section, there are several of our traffic and pedestrian improvements are directly related to those routes. So the short answer is operationally we're doing that, but I don't believe we've designated those at the general plan level, so I'll refer back to Wendy as to if and how we could do that.
I'm sorry, Wendy, I just want to point out that in the human services element, which we'll come to later tonight, goal HS6 is to ensure that bicycling and walking is safe for youth throughout the town, and that goal does include policies to promote the Safe Routes to School program. So I think that policy allows for some flexibility in coordinating as the Safe Routes to School, new routes are developed or...
Right. And as Todd Kaporza said, operationally, it's already happening, so I'm very confident about that.
Okay. Okay, so I think we were looking at goal TRA 5 and the associated policies and actions.
And we have a comment from Commissioner Erickson.
Yes.
With the new policy that uses the verb require developer participation in the cost of traffic calming ones in neighborhoods, okay? So if I understand the policy and the program of this town, which is reflected in the policy before, the neighborhood traffic calming program has to be initiated by, in response to neighbors' request for it. So it's not clear to me how you would require a developer to participate in something that one would not necessarily be determined at the time that the development was. So I'm not sure how one would coordinate those two things together, because you might require, you might condition the approval of something on traffic calming devices that wouldn't be driven by the neighbors who haven't yet driven it. So I'm not sure how those two things are coordinated together. We don't need to respond to that tonight, but it's not clear to me.
I actually can respond to that. You're right that many of the traffic calming projects are a result of the neighborhoods requesting that, and then it's prioritized. However, there are times when a development may cause impacts to a particular neighborhood. And I'll give you an example was the Gateway Project at 15400 Los Gatos Boulevard. There was concern about the impacts to that neighborhood, and because of that, the developer was required to participate in the traffic calming techniques that were implemented based upon the neighborhoods, what their choice was in terms of meeting those traffic calming requirements. So in that case, we're requiring, this policy allows us to require the developer to participate in that to mitigate the impacts.
So if I'm understanding correctly, we would add to what this last sentence you said, if the neighborhood had initiated something about neighborhood traffic calming, it's a chicken and an egg kind of question, and my sense in the past, we've been told we couldn't consider neighborhood traffic calming that wasn't initiated by the neighbors.
That's exactly right. Thank you. The way the traffic calming policy works, you're exactly right. The request comes forward from the neighborhood. However, when we have a development proposal that's on the fringe of a residential neighborhood, there's typically there's a community process anyway, and when that development is on the edge of a residential neighborhood, just as it was with Gateway, and there are community meetings held, it often raises the awareness with regard to the traffic calming issues and awareness of what the additional traffic would be. And so you begin to hear the concerns of the neighborhood with regard to on-street parking and cut-through traffic, and that essentially is the beginning of a traffic calming effort. We've had at least one, possibly two areas in town where we've conditioned the approval of a development to have the developer put money in a deposit account that if and when that neighborhood comes forward with a traffic calming, a request for traffic calming, that's how we would address it, because it would typically be driven by that additional development on the edge of the neighborhood. So that's how we've begun to address it. I don't know that it would be required for every development, but certainly for those that have the potential to impact the surrounding neighborhood. Does that help answer?
Thanks, Tom.
Commissioner Jensen?
Can I just go back to the safe routes to school? I admit I'm not familiar with that. Is that for elementary schools? And if it is, can we include the high school, safe routes to the high school? Which often the route to the high school may impact the route to the elementary school.
That's a good point. The safe routes to school, as I understand it, is for elementary and middle schools at this point. But you do raise a very good point. The safe routes to school for high school would not only involve the pedestrians and bicycles, but also vehicles. So you do get that additional element overlay. To date, we have not defined that for the high school, because the high school, with one high school, you're drawing from everybody from everywhere across town. So it's been difficult to designate any particular path of travel for pedestrians and bicycles, but we certainly are aware of what the vehicular routes are and have made improvements in those areas where possible. But the short answer to your question is no, we have not done that. It's only for elementary and middle school.
Okay, any other comments on that goal or policies?
All right, we're on goal TRA 6 on page TRA 30. This is an existing goal about improving traffic flow in the downtown and reducing the effects of downtown traffic on surrounding areas. All of the policies and actions are existing with no suggested changes. Goal TRA 7 is about hillside streets and their rural atmosphere and ecological integrity of the hillside areas. Again, this is an existing goal. Almost all of the policies are new, almost all of the policies are existing except policy TRA 7.9. The actions are all existing actions. Any comments or questions? Okay. Goal TRA 8 is to improve mass transit within Los Gatos. This should have a new after it. This is a new goal, but the policies, almost all of the policies are existing. There's a new policy, TRA 8.9, and a new action, TRA 8.1. TRA action, TRA 8.4 is also new. And these new policies and actions were added to support the increased focus on the environment and sustainability.
Commissioner O'Donnell.
Terms in policy TRA 8.9 of certain size, and they later referred to consistent with the EPA standards. Is certain size later defined in that, or is it just very not defined?
The VTA standards, I think, are referring back to the shelters that the shelters would need to meet VTA standards as opposed to the size of the project.
So the return certain sizes.
Right. I'm sorry, I was saying right to Joel, not to you. A certain size is not defined in this policy.
We'll look into that and see if VTA has any thresholds.
Okay, great. Any other comments on that goal? All right. Seeing none.
Goal TRA 9 is about promoting alternative modes of transportation. This is an existing goal followed by existing policies. You did have a suggestion in your comment matrix on page 1, row 4, a comment from the VTA suggesting a new policy to minimize parking requirements. This particular comment, since it didn't come from another town commission, was not considered by the GPAC, so we don't have a GPAC recommendation either way on adding a new policy that would say minimize parking requirements for residential development that supports transportation alternatives and incentivize transportation demand management measures. Any Planning Commission thoughts on whether or not it would be appropriate to add a new policy consistent with the VTA comment?
I think staff's recommendation of waiting for the comprehensive revision is fine.
Okay, great. Goal TRA 10 is to encourage increased levels of bicycling and walking. It's an existing goal, but we've added several new policies and actions. This is certainly something that's, I think, received increasing attention as a component of a more sustainable community. So you see a lot of green leaves underneath this goal. They are green. These are gray leaves, but so any comments or questions? Several new policies here. No changes suggested by the. I'm sorry. One small change suggested by the GPAC to add, make the changes to TRA action, TRA 10.1 that you see, adding crosswalks and deleting throughout the town, which was a bit unnecessary, I think.
Commissioner Jensen.
Just a typo.
Oh, great.
TRA 10.10-4. I think you mean nodes.
Well, the noses is called, you know that when the left turn lane, the median doesn't just end like this, but then it pokes out a little bit. Todd, is that? Can you confirm or deny? It's really called a nose. It's Todd says it's really a nose. Okay. Good. Thank you, though. I appreciate that you go live. Okay. Any other comments on these policy under Goal TRA 10?
I think we're good.
Goal TRA 11 is to provide a safe and efficient system of bicycle and multiple use trails throughout the town. It is an existing goal with all existing policies and two new actions. Action TRA 11.1 and TRA 11.3 are both new actions. In addition, there is one recommended change. In addition to the GPAC change to policy TRA 11.7, there's a recommended change on page 8 of your matrix, row 18. It's going to take me just a second to find it. It's the Parks Commission recommended change that's you see incorporated here because the GPAC agreed with it, to add Santa Rosa Trail to Kennedy Lime Trail connection, Lime Kiln Trail. Any comments or questions? Seeing none, Goal TRA 12 is also about trails and their design and maintenance. It is an existing policy followed by all existing policies, two existing actions, Action TRA 12.2 has a change in item G by the GPAC. Action TRA 12.3 is a new action suggested by the GPAC in response to a comment from the Parks Commission on page 8, row 12 of your comment matrix. And then I believe town staff has a comment on action TRA 12.4.
And that's actually covered in your desk item. It was the last item in desk item number 1. Did you want us to go through that, or, okay. Todd, do you want to summarize? Do you have a copy of the desk item? I mean, I can handle it for you. This is the one regarding animal control near trails.
I won't do it without the desk item.
We weren't sure if they wanted to eradicate squirrels or if it's domestic animals. You can comment on that.
This really had to do with two distinct uses on the trail and two distinct types of animals. On the more rural multi-use trails, it had to do with potential conflicts between hikers, bikers, and equestrians. So in our open space areas such as Hines and Santa Rosa, ensuring that our trails could accommodate all three types of users, and where feasible, for us to provide alternate trails for equestrians only or hikers only. The other example of that they brought up was more on the urban type trails, particularly along Los Gatos Creek, a paved trail. It's a multi-use, highly popular trail, and you often see conflicts between dogs and other uses. And the use that was being portrayed here, identified by the Parks Commission, had to do with even dogs on leash. And this was at a time where there was a very tragic accident in San Jose where a person had a dog on leash, and the leash got tangled up with a passing bicycle in the opposite direction, and had a tragic ending to that story where the person actually fell off the bicycle and sustained a head injury and later passed away. So the recognition here was to ensure that the types of trails that we provide are not only constructed but maintained, meaning signed in such a way that owners are responsible for the upkeep and control of their animals, whether it be a horse or a dog, even on leash.
And if I just may confirm that staff's opinion about this action is that this is an operational issue and doesn't necessarily need to be a new action in the general plan. Is that correct?
From the operational, from the maintenance and signage perspective, it's certainly an operational issue. We already have, I believe there's another goal in there that speaks to multimodal trails, which would accommodate that already. So we found that portion of it to be redundant.
Okay, thank you. So do we have any comments or questions on TRA 12 or any of its components? Seeing none.
Okay. Goal TRA 13 addresses adequate parking, and particularly impacts on residential neighborhoods. It's an existing goal, and all of the policies and actions are existing with no changes suggested. Goal TRA 14 is also about adequate parking, but specifically about parking downtown. This goal is new, however, all of the policies and actions are new. This is another case where at the end of your comment matrix, I'm sorry, all of the policies are existing. I apologize, all of the policies and actions are existing under this goal. In your comment matrix, the Transportation and Parking Commission in the other category did suggest some changes to some of these. Those were not discussed by the GPAC because they're not part of the focus areas, and I think you can hold these until your June 30th meeting.
Any comments on that? Okay, if we've been at this for a while, if no one objects, I'm going to suggest maybe a 5-minute break, and we come back at 10 till. That should give us 6 minutes. Thanks.
Wow.
All right, we'll call this meeting back to order. Commission is present, staff is present, and I believe we are moving on to Element 8, open space, parks, and recreation element.
That's correct. We have reviewed 3 out of the 6 elements before you tonight, so we're doing great. The next one is the open space, parks, and recreation element. This is one of, open space is a required element in the general plan. This table OSP 1 explains how this element responds to the requirements of state law regarding open space. It reviews the existing parks and recreational facilities in town based on the inventory conducted immediately before the general plan update started. And importantly, this element also addresses prehistoric and Native American resources in Los Gatos. The goals, policies, and actions begin on page OSP 10. The first is goal OSP 1. It addresses open space acquisition in Los Gatos. It's an existing goal, and it's followed by existing policies. It does not have any changes suggested. Seeing no comments or questions, goal OSP 2 specifically addresses open space in hillside areas. There is one change here. These are all existing policies. One change to policy OSP 2.2, a change that the GPAC agreed with. The original changes listed on page 7 of your matrix, row 5, a change from the Sustainability Committee. Any comments on OSP 2? Seeing none. OSP 3 is about accessibility to open space areas within the town. Again, this is an existing goal. There is one new policy, OSP 3.2. There's also a change suggested by the GPAC to add the words publicly owned to policy OSP 3.8. This is also in response to a comment on page 7 of your matrix, row 6, from the Sustainability Committee. And the GPAC agreed with this change.
Commissioner Talsor.
Now, I have a question about that. In some areas, the natural open space could be steep. I mean, what I'm concerned about is, would this be a practical approach in all areas of open space or natural areas? I'm talking about, perhaps more mountainous kinds of open space that would be, you wouldn't want to have anybody walk on anyway. So can we clarify what that means, this whole?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Access to open space areas, what that typically means is not access to the property at large, but as when I discussed earlier about the Hines open space in Santa Rosa in particular, either the town in our open spaces or the Mid-Peninsula Open Space District or even the county will have designated trails. And it's a pretty typical rule and guideline to have your open space users, to have them stay on the marked trails because it's environmentally sound. It doesn't cause erosion. So when we talk about access to the open spaces, we just talk about access in general, but not access to every specific nook and cranny and steep area that you're referring to.
Thank you.
Any other comments or questions on the policies under goal OSP 3? Okay. Goal OSP 4 is about recreational facilities. This is a new goal. Parks and recreation were one of the 4 focus areas directed for particular study by the town council. So this is a new goal and a new set of policies in response to that direction. We do have one existing action carried forward, OSP 4.7. There are also a few changes to these policies that I want to bring to your attention. OSP 4.5, this is a change that's listed on the matrix on page 7, row 7. a suggestion from the Sustainability Committee that the GPAC agreed with. Action OSP 4.4 is addressed on page 7 of the commission. The GPAC didn't make a decision, as you can see in your matrix, page 7, row 8. The GPAC didn't make a recommendation about this. Town staff's recommendation is to delete this action because there are already adopted ordinances in place addressing this issue. So we would recommend the deletion of action OSP 4.4 because it's already accomplished. Action OSP 4.5 is addressed on page 8 of your matrix, row 9. In this case, this is another case where GPAC didn't make a specific recommendation in the absence of more information. This action a question was raised about this action by the Parks Commission. The Parks Commission suggested the deletion that you see here, but staff recommendation, I apologize, I'm not clear on whether the recommendation is to leave the action with the deletion or leave the full text of the action and not make the deletion. On the matrix, this is page 8, row 9. In the general plan, it's on page OSP 14.
Todd, again, you may want to comment, but the staff recommendation was to leave the action item in.
So there's a part of it that's
leave it in, and then because it is to study the issue or to study the feasibility. I'm sorry.
So would that be leaving it in with the modification or without the modification? With the modification. So the strike through that is proposed is what staff is recommending. Okay, are we clear?
That's fine.
Okay.
Okay, any comments or questions on those proposed changes or any other policies and actions under OSP 4?
Commissioner Erickson?
Get this on. So just maybe probably is for Todd. It's just an information question. So action item 4.3, which is about the sports complex, Todd, is that not intended, so the new parcel, the newly acquired parcel that's under development now on University Avenue is or is not potentially responded to by this?
It is. It is responded to with that parcel, as with any other new parcel that we would acquire. It would be our goal to evaluate those studies for multi-use, as opposed to any specific type of. I'm sorry, did I miss?
No, not another sports complex in addition to that is not contemplated by this.
No, it is not.
Yeah, that's.
Okay. Any other questions or comments? Any concern about the staff recommendation to delete action OSP 4.4? Okay. That would be our recommendation to Town Council. Goal OSP 5 is about creating and maintaining open space areas and parks that blend into their surrounding environment. That's an existing goal. Policy OSP 5.3 is new, as well as policies OSP 5.8 and 5.9. There are a whole set of new actions under this goal, and you can see suggested GPAC changes in action OSP 5.1, 5.3. The new actions that are OSP 5.4 and OSP 5.5 both come from your comment matrix on page 8. These are rows 11 and 10, respectively, and the GPAC supported the addition of these actions as suggested by the Parks Commission.
Any comments on those items? Commissioner Erickson?
A couple of questions of clarification. On policy 5.3, do the appropriate locations contemplate in commercial developments or only in, let's leave it at that. or could appropriate locations include being in commercial developments?
I personally would think that commercial locations could be appropriate.
Yes, I agree.
Wendy agrees with me.
And Commissioner Erickson, you had a second question, then we'll go to Commissioner
In
O'Donnell.
5.8, help me understand the inclusion of where feasible.
Sure. Where feasible is a type of phrase that crops up now and then throughout the general plan. You might see in other changes where the GPAC or other commissions suggested that type of wording should be taken out of other policies. In this policy, nobody has suggested that it should remain. When you have a policy like require or prohibit, that's very mandatory, acknowledging the feasibility of different situations and different sites and different types of development is a way to allow some flexibility in the application of this policy.
Just an observation, it also provides wiggle room.
Correct. That's another way of saying what I just said.
Commissioner O'Donnell.
I think that was the intention. Sometimes on the committee, we ran into things that the committee didn't agree about. And so we would put in where feasible, because, you say require all new development. What does that mean? Does it mean that no matter what the development is, you've got to provide informal outdoor gathering spaces? Sometimes it's not possible. So my recollection is we would discuss things, well, if it's not possible, then somebody, well, I really want it. So you put where feasible, meaning there are sometimes you just can't do it. So it is intended wiggle room.
Any other comments or questions about policies under Goal OSP 5, Policies and Actions? No? Goal OSP 6 is about providing open space in new development. This goal and let's see, I believe all of the policies are existing, as well as the actions, and no changes are suggested. Goal OSP 7 is about the Los Gatos Creek and Los Gatos Creek Trail. This is a new goal and new set of policies and actions that came up through the process of updating the general plan and increasing its focus on parks and recreation. There is a comment about action OSP 7.3 in your comment matrix on page 8, row 15. The Parks Commission had a comment about that just saying that these trail connection opportunities should include a linkage to the Flume Trail, but I think that's not something that needs to be addressed explicitly in the policy. So the GPAC staff are not suggesting a change to that action item.
Commissioner O'Donnell.
Is the Los Gatos Creek Trail owned by the town?
In some locations, as you progress through the town from Lexington up toward Campbell, that whole initial section that's actually south of Maine is on Caltrans property, and then there's a small portion owned by the town, and then as it goes by the service yard again, it's once again owned by Caltrans, and then the town, and then the county, and then the town, and ultimately you're in Campbell. So. We don't have a large share of ownership. I would say by and large, if you had to pick who the largest landowner of that trail is within the town limits, it's Caltrans.
I'm just concerned then about something that says we're going to ensure that the trail is safe for all users. Maybe the town attorney doesn't feel insecure about that. But if you tell somebody you're going to provide something safe and it isn't safe and we couldn't have done anything about it anyway, does that somehow increase our risk?
Well, I probably should have answered that question in a different way. It's not on our property, but it is our trail. So under all instances where there is a trail that goes through the town, it's a town of Los Gatos trail that we operate under a lease agreement. The only exception to that is the piece of trail that runs through Vasona County Park. So when we say that we will provide a safe trail, that essentially is our trail because we are actually a lessee on state property.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Any other questions or comments about Goal OSP 7 and related policies and actions? Goal OSP 9 is a new, Goal OSP 8 is, and the policy and action below that are new as recommended by the GPAC in support of the recommendation listed on page 7 of your comment matrix, row 2. This was a suggestion from the Sustainability Committee to add a similar goal about Ross Creek, similar to the goal and action about Los Gatos Creek. Seeing no comments or concerns there, the last goal is OSP 9 regarding archaeological and cultural resources. In this sense, cultural resources means historic or archaeological resources. This is a new goal with new policies and actions to address, I think, what was seen as a bit of a shortfall in the existing general plan, and there are no suggested changes from the GPAC or other commenters. Any comments or questions? That concludes our review of the open space element. The next one is environment and sustainability. This element obviously encapsulates a lot of topics that are directly relevant to one of the 4 focus areas. As I mentioned in my presentation, this element specifically covers biological resources, water resources, air quality, greenhouse gases, and energy. For each one of those sections, there is background information followed by relevant goals and policies. So the first set of background information addresses biological resources, including habitat types and vegetation communities in the town. The goals, policies, and actions begin on page ENV-10. Goal ENV-1 is to preserve and protect native plants and plant communities. It's an existing goal with mostly existing policies. Policy ENV 1.5 is new, and Action ENV 1.3 is new. There are also GPAC-supported changes to Policy ENV 1.4, ENV 1.6, and ENV 1.3, Action ENV 1.3, excuse me. Any comments or questions on these?
I would just point out to Commissioner Erickson that this is actually one case where the where feasible was removed. We had quite a bit of discussion about why it wouldn't be feasible, and so we had a lot of discussion at GPAC about those 2 words. So.
Any other comments? Seeing none. Moving on to goal ENV2, that addresses soil resources. It's an existing goal with existing policies and no changes. Goal ENV3 is about wetlands and riparian corridors, including intermittent and ephemeral streams. This is an existing goal, followed by all existing policies, an existing action, and 1 new action. This new action was added with the support of the GPAC in response to a comment on page 2 of your matrix, row 8, from the Sustainability Committee to adopt a riparian policy. Any comments or questions on goal ENV3 and associated components? Seeing none, goal ENV4 is about wildlife. It's an existing goal with existing policies, with the exception of a new policy ENV 4.10 regarding herbicides and pesticides, and a new action about a migration corridor plan. In addition, the GPAC has supported the recommended change to policy ENV 4.8. That's on page 4 of your matrix, row 19. Similarly, the GPAC supported the addition of the new action ENV 4.1. That's on page 2 of your matrix, row 9, and new action suggested by the Sustainability Committee and supported by the GPAC.
Commissioner Jensen.
Just have a question about 4.10. I'm assuming there's a list of approved pesticides, et cetera. Is that a federally approved thing? Is there any reason to call out where that?
I think in the industry that language is pretty standard, but yeah, there is an EPA-approved list for herbicides and pesticides in aquatic settings.
Okay.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions? The next section of the environment and sustainability element addresses water resources. The goals and policies begin on page ENV 17 with goal ENV 5 to protect and preserve watersheds and water quality. This is an existing goal, followed by existing policies in action with no changes. Seeing no comments, the next section of the element addresses air quality. This is specific to what we call criteria pollutants or air quality pollutants as opposed to greenhouse gases, which are coming up in the next section. Goals and policies start with goal ENV 6 on page ENV 21 to conserve the air resources of the town and maintain and improve acceptable air quality in Los Gatos. That's a combination of two existing goals. It's followed by existing goals for the most part. However, there are new policies. We neglected to include the helpful little new in parentheses, but policies ENV 6.7, ENV 6.8, and 6.9 are new policies that came out through the CEQA process and that we included in order to address potential air quality impacts in the general plan EIR. Any comments or concerns about these air quality policies or action?
Commissioner Erickson.
With respect, this is an old one. I assume that there are standards for 6.2 that would allow you to determine whether or not, how to measure that.
That's right. For example, the Bay Area Air Quality Management District, for example, has thresholds about project size that would come into play here. Any other questions? Okay. The next section is about greenhouse gases, not a topic that was receiving the same level of attention that it is today, back in 2000 when the general plan was last adopted. So we've added some information about what greenhouse gases are and what is the legal framework at the state level that's currently influencing the regulation of greenhouse gas emissions at the local level. Goals, policies, and actions begin on page ENV 27 with goal ENV 7. Goal ENV 7 is actually an existing goal, but many of the, I believe all of the policies and actions underneath it are new. This is an example of the types of policies that were developed through our community workshops and our community panels and extensive discussion with the GPAC. The GPAC did recommend a change to action ENV 7.3. Specifically, the GPAC's goal here was to make this action a bit less specific. Then you can see some of the very specific components that the action used to include. I think with this deletion, it would be a bit more consistent with the tone and content of the other actions in the general plan.
Commissioner Erickson.
I have a question about the goal itself.
Sure.
When it says compromising the ability of future generation to meet their needs, what type of needs are it's not clear for me, from my reading, that what type of needs one is referring to.
I think needs is a pretty broad term. This language echoes what's a pretty widely accepted definition of what is sustainability, which is a question that we're asking ourselves a lot these days. That affects, what actions that we take today shouldn't negatively affect future generations. I think, obviously in the most basic anthropological terms, needs are food and shelter. But hopefully we're going to go beyond the ability of our future generations in Los Gatos to just merely survive, right? Are you suggesting that we should use different language in this goal?
Yeah, I mean, I'm familiar with what you talked about in terms of sustainability. I mean, obviously there's all kinds of needs. There's economic needs, there's survival needs, it seems to me. So to the extent that we were clearer about what the intention of this was, if that were important for us to be, because it seems to me it provides less direction than it might otherwise provide, because as it's stated, it's all possible needs. Mm-hmm. And it seems to me that doesn't provide as good a direction as some other way. I don't have a suggestion for an alternative, but so I'm not dissatisfied with it. It just doesn't provide as good a direction as it might.
And we can look at that as we move forward. That's the current language in the existing goal, is to meet the needs, but we will look into that and see if there's any language that may be more appropriate and bring that back for next week.
Commissioner Talsor.
Yeah, so the idea of that goal is for future generations? Or is it for any generation? I mean, today, tomorrow as well. Do you know what I'm saying?
The idea of the goal is to make decisions today that keep in mind future generations.
Exactly. So maybe, but I understand what you're saying about the needs. It's like health needs, economic, I mean, if there's so many, where is it? So, and then I had a question too about the policy, 7.1. I was wondering, was there any, since that's a new policy, was there any discussion regarding, it says in strategically place shade trees. Was there any discussion about size of those trees, or is that just a standard that we have here in town, and that applies to any new development that would be under another policy?
Todd may or may not be able to comment on this, or Joel.
We do obviously have standard replacement size. It's really looking at shading.
Right, no, I understand what it is, but I was just wondering, but the size of that would be under another policy.
There was no discussion. Our tree ordinance would deal with that.
Okay, that's what I wanted to know. Thank you.
Commissioner Sayak.
So my question applies to action ENV 7.3.
Okay.
And the sentences that was struck out, I understand the rationale behind it, but I'm wondering if that was, did you identify a place where you could put that so that future design guidelines would contain those guidelines so that developers know what we are anticipating?
Right. I think that, and members of the GPAC may have something to add to what I'm going to say here, but the concern of the GPAC was that this action crossed over a line. First, it says develop a heat island mitigation plan and integrate guidelines into the design guidelines, and then it kind of crosses over a line of going ahead and saying what those requirements would be, and quantified size of the project, specific SRI index, that level of detail is more appropriately left to the development of the plan and the design guidelines than codified here in this action. And so this level of detail would be provided within the document that this action is saying to develop.
Any other comments or questions on ENV 7? Okay, I think we're good.
Great. Goal ENV8 is about reducing overall greenhouse gas emissions. This is a new goal with several new policies and actions, as well as some existing policies. There is one GPAC suggested change to action ENV 8.3. Any comments or questions?
Commissioner O'Donnell.
I'm just not sure what it means when it says in 8.3, that the study is to determine appropriate criteria for using the vehicle miles traveled. Traveled from the development to work or from where to where?
Vehicle miles traveled, VMT is a pretty standard, what do I want to say, metric that's looked at for evaluating new development, and it's the miles that are generated from that new development for any type of trip. So if that development is an employment-generating use, it's people driving there to work. If it's a residential use, it's people driving to shop or take their kids to school. Depends on the type of development.
Thank you.
Commissioner Sayak.
So one of the significant and unavoidable impacts that we have listed under greenhouse gas emissions was that we're required to have 28 to 33, and we are estimating to get to 25.5. Is it based on the 3 actions identified here would get us to 25.5?
The total greenhouse gas emissions from the general plan and the associated policies and the reductions that we think would be possible to achieve are based on the totality of the type of development foreseen under the general plan, as well as the policies and actions. So these actions certainly play a role in that, but so do actions in the transportation element to encourage mass transit and bicycling and walking. So it's not only based on these 3 actions, it's based on the whole suite of policies and actions in the general plan.
And to follow up, if I may, so there's a 2.5% difference. I'm wondering, in your calculations, is there something you can predict that would get you to that 28?
Modeling greenhouse gas emissions is an evolving science. It's really just emerging now in response to the requirements of state law. And so it's a constantly evolving field of how these emissions are modeled. Looking at different models can yield different results, tweaking your assumptions about types of trips, fuel economy, the age of the car, the inflation of the tires are all things that can affect greenhouse gas emissions, especially from something like car trips. And so what I'm trying to say is there is a lot of different ways of calculating greenhouse gas emissions. Our team member, RBF, used what we think is, the state of the art right now. But there are probably other ways of calculating it that may or may not have resulted in a different outcome. But we did what we think is the best and most accurate prediction of greenhouse gas emissions with the technology and information that we have available today.
Any other comments on ENV 8? Seeing none.
Goal ENV 9 is to encourage the town to procure and be responsible for the products that the town procures and become a zero-waste town. So there were some existing policies that address this goal, but most of these are new, and the distinction here is that they really focus on town operations and on solid waste, which are an important contributor to greenhouse gas emissions. The GPAC recommended the deletion of action ENV 9.4 because it's covered already by action ENV 9.5.
Commissioner Talsfor.
And my question for 9.5, thank you, is what programs now exist?
Our Community Services Department would probably have to answer that. There would be probably programs through West Valley, I would think. You think there? Yeah, West Valley Collection would have some programs. If you'd like, we can get a list of programs for you.
Well, it wouldn't only be the list of programs, but when it says to expand educational programs, I mean, that says to me it's more than just a list. I mean, it's more than just waste management. I mean, what are we doing as a town to promote those programs?
And this is intended that we would partner with these other agencies to promote the programs.
Yeah, I know the town's doing quite a bit. There's the Growing Greener Together program, and so maybe perhaps work with Regina to come up with something to bring back on the 30th, because I know the town's doing quite a bit.
Right, it would be interesting for us to know that. Thank you.
Any other comments on E&V? Commissioner Erickson.
One small suggestion for action item 9.1, you might want to consider adding the phrase "throughout the town" to the part of it. This would imply to me that one would need to come to town hall to get that information, as opposed to, see, it implies to me that you establish a center at here, and people have to come to get it. So if one would contemplate distributing the information throughout the town, we need to have a center, but distributing it throughout the town, take it to where the people are, as opposed to having the people come to the...
Mm-hmm. This is an existing policy, or action rather, I think that that does contemplate one specific point where all the information could be, a clearinghouse of information. But, for example, I think maybe we could also add something about providing the same information on the town website to increase its accessibility.
Any other comments on E&V 9?
Okay.
Seeing none.
The next section is about energy resources. Goal E&V 10 is to foster development that reduces the use of non-renewable energy resources and expands the use of renewable resources and alternative fuels. It's a new goal, but actually the town already had several policies in place in your existing general plan that are consistent with this goal. And there are, of course, several new goals under this policy, as well as one existing action and one new action, E&V 10.2, which has generated a lot of discussion through this process. So this copy of your element does not include the revised text of action E&V 10.2, but you can see the recommended change on page 2 of your comment matrix, row 5. The direction of the GPAC with this comment was to expand the list of items for study so that it doesn't just study the feasibility of energy and water efficiency audits at time of sale, but to keep that option as one of the options for study while adding a range of additional things that could be studied. The challenge here is how to encourage or promote or require energy efficiency in existing buildings as distinct from new construction. So that's what we're grappling with.
I'd like to take this time, since we have received so much comment and input on this issue, if any commissioners have any thoughts about this approach. I mean, we've heard vociferous opposition to the time of sale audits, and this, the way it's written now, just that would be one of many options that would be studied, and personally, I think the way it's been revised seems okay. It would be nice to have a team of consultants that the town has hired with the town's interests in mind to study this and give us an opinion we could be certain of as to what the best thing is moving forward. But since it has received so much attention, I'd be curious if other commissioners have any thoughts at this time or not. Commissioner Erickson?
It seems to me the proposed change in language is responsive to the concerns that have been expressed to the GPAC and tonight.
Commissioner O'Donnell.
I could not understand tonight the opposition to this, because all it does is say to study it, expands the scope of the study. The original position was responded to, and I listened to what the objection to the current is, and I simply do not understand it. I think it seems this to be a good program, which will require further action, which everybody can comment on. So I think it's a good solution.
Commissioner Jensen.
I agree with the comments of Commissioner O'Donnell and Commissioner Erickson. The only thing that I would suggest as a possibility to address some of the concern, the way that it's written now, study the feasibility of taking one or more of the following steps. It does not allow for the possibility that a step may not be taken. And I think there may be an increased comfort level if we had some language that indicated it was possible that we would find that maybe we weren't going to take a particular step as well.
I think that's a great idea. Perhaps staff can come back with some language.
I just want to clarify. And when I read it as study the feasibility of taking one or more of the following steps, I think, to me, leaves open the possibility that none of them will be found to be feasible, but that's apparently not necessarily everybody's reading.
I agree with you. However, I think that a lot of people would be a lot more comfortable if it was actually there.
Okay.
So you're just saying state it more explicitly.
State explicitly that it's a possibility that following the study, it will be determined that one or more of these is not feasible. I think it's implicit in the language, but I think that there's an increased comfort level when people actually see written the possibility that nothing will happen.
Commissioner O'Donnell.
Just to follow up on that point, and just a suggestion in your considerations, you could say something like, if any of the following, and follow through. That would make it crystal clear that you're not saying any of them will. That's just one of the suggestions that I'm sure you'll consider others.
So town staff will come back with some proposed language on that.
Okay.
Great, thank you.
Any other comments or questions on action ENV 10.2 or other policies for action under goal ENV 10? Okay. Goal ENV 11 is about green buildings. The town, of course, has adopted green building standards. Several of these policies are existing, and the majority of them are new. I want to note in particular on policy ENV 11.7, this change to the policy that's shown is erroneous, and this change was actually not supported by the majority of the GPAC. There was a bit of a split opinion on the GPAC about this particular change. However, the majority sentiment was to keep the word encourage rather than require. There are also...
Commissioner Stayot?
Sorry, go ahead, please.
Oh, actually, I'd like to hear were you going to expand on this?
No, I was only going to point out GPAC changes to action ENV 11.3 and 11.5.
Well, as a member of the GPAC committee, I can expand on it a little bit. We had, and I believe one of the public speakers even mentioned wanting to know a little bit about the kind of the carrot versus the stick approach on some of these require versus encourage, and we spent a lot of time talking about that, and there was not 100% agreement, but the majority believed that the carrot and incentive and encouraging was better than trying to mandate or require at this point. So that was the original discussion. This specific comment came from the Sustainability Committee, and it was not supported by the majority of the GPAC. Did I get that, other members? Okay.
If I could question, what were some of the carrots or incentives that were being thrown as possible enticements to get LEED certification?
I don't believe that we ever ended up discussing the incentives. It would be something we would have to look at. It could be things like expedited review and things like that. Could be maybe some fee reductions, but nothing specific was ever discussed.
Yeah, we didn't get to that level of detail.
So if I could just continue that. So I was part of the Sustainability Committee that pushed for the change from encourage to require. And my concern is if the carrot or the incentive isn't strong enough to get people to actually make that certification, it's just going to be words that no one will really follow. I mean, we've gotten a couple of applications here and there because the applicant or the owners themselves have a strong belief in it. But if this is a route that we're really seriously pushing the town to move into, we really do need to find a strong incentive if we're going to change the wording from require to encourage.
Commissioner Tausfor, then Commissioner O'Donnell.
Thank you for bringing that up, because I had circled 11.6 as provide incentives, because I think it relates to 11.14, which provide permitting related and other incentives for energy efficient buildings. So are those one and the same, or how do we, what's the difference?
The difference between 11.6 and 11.14 policies are that 11.6 is specifically about LEED Silver or Green Point ratings. So LEED, for example, is a rating system that addresses
I understand.
a lot of
Right.
different options besides just energy efficiency.
Right.
And 11.14 is really about energy efficient building projects.
Okay,
So one
both
of the-
somewhat related, and I guess the point is that there were examples in 11.14, and so I think that would be a good idea to put the incentives in here.
So add them to
Yeah, I would add-
11.7, is what you're saying?
11.6.
Okay, 6.
Okay.
7, too. Sure.
Would a majority of the planning commission support that?
I actually,
Let's, Commissioner O'Donnell, you were next, and then we'll go to Commissioner Jensen.
Well, two things. One, since I was on the GPAC committee too, and what you said was correct in my judgment. However, I also know there was I think a pushback on requiring versus encouraging unrelated to incentives. My recollection is, sitting on the Planning Commission, we often see applicants telling us about their lead or the points they have, which they consider a selling point when they come to us, and I don't find that rare at all. I think there was a reluctance to simply require this. I would understand, certainly the Sustainability Committee, to be well named, would have had to say require, I think. But I do think there is some resistance to government simply out of the block requiring everything. And so it may have been nothing more than that in addition to what the chair has just said. So I would say that if one looks only for what are the incentives, it will not exhaust the question, nor will it say that the GPAC, had it focused on incentives, wouldn't have come down this way. So I guess all I'm really saying is the GPAC said encourage is the best word to use for various reasons. You may, and I think you do, disagree with that, and that's fine too. But I don't want the record to reflect that the only reason the word encourage was considered the right word was just the incentive issue. I think it went in a more complicated fashion, which I'm not going to defend. But it should be there, and I think if it comes up before the council, they'll certainly discuss more than incentives, because the concept of requirements is a serious concept. And it is an easy thing to say, let's require this, and let's require that, and let's require this. And somehow, there are a lot of people who think maybe we have to move more slowly on requirements. Maybe something like that. So I just wanted to say that. As far as the second point, the Commissioner Tausfor wants, apparently, if I understand it correctly, to take some of the examples from 14 and put it on 6 and 7, 11.6 and 11.7. I would hope we don't have to repeat things. As I understand 11.14, it was restricted to energy efficient buildings, and if I understand what our consultant just said, was that LEED certification considers more than that. So I'm not quite sure how you lift something from energy and put it in something which is not restricted to energy. So I just question if that's a good solution.
Let's go to Commissioner Jensen, and then we'll let you respond, Commissioner Telstor.
As another member of GPAC, I think Commissioner Chair Bourgeois and Commissioner O'Donnell were right in the discussion that was at GPAC, and Commissioner Sayak expressed exactly the opposing view to the encourage. So that is precisely the debate that occurred at GPAC. And GPAC came out on the side of we like encourage. And I agree with Commissioner O'Donnell that I wouldn't want to repeat incentives everywhere, because as I read 1114.14, it says provide other incentives for energy efficient building projects, which a LEED certified building project is by definition a green project. So I don't understand why you'd have to call out again something that was already listed in 11.14.
And I think,
Yep, go ahead.
I think what I was referring to in one regard, it would be consistent with what 1114 is calling out. But my other thought was that I thought that they all, were saying the same thing. I mean, if you're calling out one incentive in one, it's a permit, it's because it says provide permitting related and other incentives. So that's, it's listed one, just to be consistent as an example. That was the only reason.
So your suggestion, if I understood it correctly, would be to take either the same language from policy 11.14 or similar language as the clause at the end that says, for example, by, and provide some, either that incentive or other
Otherwise,
incentive there.
how would anybody know what incentive they were working toward? Do they change? I mean, you need to have some ideas. I don't know.
And they could change.
And they could change,
yeah,
right.
they could change.
But it could be an example. I just thought it would clarify, someone who's reading this, ideas. And
Commissioner Erickson?
Two quick comments. It seems to me that if one doesn't choose to use the word require in 11.7, there may not be any reason to have 11.7 because it's really encourage and incentives. There's no distinction between 11.6 and 11.7. Encourage and incentives. Providing incentives is in fact encouragement as opposed to requirement. So that's one comment. And I guess I assume, not having been a member of the GPAC, when I read this, that the reason for separating the two and having contemplated requiring originally is because the impact of larger commercial buildings is greater in its own right, so that therefore it was being singled out for attention, that because of the impact of it, if we don't want to single it out and require something, we're covered in 11.6, it seems like to me, because we're providing incentives. Incentives in themselves are encouragement, so or we might be able to just encourage and provide incentives. It doesn't seem like there's any reason to have two separate ones if one is not going to distinguish a requirement by size of building on the logic of impact.
Mr. Jensen?
I think the distinction between the two is that one is LEED Silver and one is just LEED, and there are different steps of LEED certification. So on a larger project, you might want to say it's okay if you only get to initial, and on the incentives it's for if you go the extra mile and get a higher LEED rating. At least that's how I read it.
There might be somebody that knows here better than I do, but I think that LEED Silver is the minimal. So LEED Silver
is actually the second.
The second, okay.
Right.
Thank
LEED
you.
certified is the first.
So there is just LEED certified, okay.
Wendy?
One way we might want to go after this, if you look at Action E and V 11.6, it talks about identifying and removing regulatory barriers. We could add to this one and say, and identify incentives to encourage green building construction to include LEED and all classifications of LEED, and then not have to rewrite that in each of those other policies. Because this is the action, so this is where we'll actually do something with that.
I see everyone shaking their head yes,
That okay?
except for Commissioner Sack. Okay, yeah, we got it.
We're good?
I think we got consensus. Commissioner O'Donnell.
This is just, I just wanted to throw this out. I know the Sustainability Committee really likes requirement, and in the long run, that may be the right thing to do. So I'm just wondering if one of the things we could do is study. I realize study can be, but what we've got here, if you added to it, study implementing a requirement that this be done. Because I'm not saying the government shouldn't require it. I'm just saying maybe it ought not to be the first thing you do. So if we assume for the moment that we were to follow the recommendations of GPAC and merely encourage it, that would not discourage, should not discourage us from ascertaining after we do that whether it works and whether it should work. And so I'm just throwing that out as a possibility of trying to meet both goals.
So you're suggesting a new action?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Any other commissioners have any thoughts on that? Commissioner Sayak?
Okay, so the two that were just thrown out, Commissioner O'Donnell's as well as our director's suggestion on how to combine that, I actually like both of those, so want to see if there's any consensus on. Okay.
So to combine them?
Well, definitely to have an action item
Right.
to study the study, I guess that's the, and then.
And to add incentives to ENV 11.6 to encompass those other policies.
Okay.
Everyone? All right, everyone seems to be in agreement on that.
Did you get that?
Okay, great. Any other comments on the policies and actions under goal ENV 11 regarding green buildings? No?
So you can fill me in.
That concludes the review of the environment and sustainability element. Our final element to look at tonight is the human services element. This element is primarily relevant for tonight's discussion because this is where the discussions of youth and seniors, our last two focus area topics, are located. In addition to youth and seniors, as you can see on the first page here, this element also addresses a whole array of services that are provided either in the town or by the town. The first topic is about public health, and this begins on page HS3 with goal HS1 to ensure that programs and resources are available for the health needs of the entire community, including youth and seniors. This is an existing goal with existing policies and no changes. The next section of this element addresses youth services. Goal HS2 is to recognize the special needs of children and youth. It's an existing goal. Excuse me, I'm sorry, that has two existing policies that were already in the general plan. Seeing no comments, goal HS3 and all of its supporting policies and actions are new to expand youth programs and services offered within the town. There are a couple of relatively minor changes suggested by the GPAC to policy HS 3.3, action HS 3.2, and action HS 3.3. These were GPAC changes, not in response to anything in your comment matrix. Any questions?
Commissioner Telesfor.
One on policy HS 3.2. It says coordinate with local nonprofits and agencies such as Los Gatos Recreation Department to provide. Is that meaning the town will coordinate with them?
That's right.
And how? In what ways would that happen?
I'm sure that's something that is already happening, certainly with LGS Recreation.
Yes, that's true, but what other local nonprofits? Are there any others
Town staff?
that we know of? I don't know.
I don't know of either. We can check into that.
I think this could also include things like Boy Scouts and Girl Scouts of America, the youth sports leagues, for example. So those types of organizations.
The schools.
Like comment ones.
Yeah.
Just curious.
Goal HS4 is about working with the Youth Commission and encouraging community involvement of all youth in the community. There was a suggestion in your comment matrix on page 5, row 1. A member of the public suggested that these actions under this goal could also be located under goal HS3 about youth programs and services. The GPAC didn't comment on that move. The GPAC does have some suggested changes to the language of these actions. I think that Goal HS3 is about youth programs and services. Goal HS4 is about encouraging community involvement. These actions would be appropriate in either location. The staff agrees with the move to Goal HS3.
So that wouldn't leave much under goal HS4, would it?
That's true, but there's no law that says a goal has to have a certain number of things underneath it.
All right.
But if you like the balance of the page.
No, I'm fine with staff's recommendation. I was just wondering if it doesn't then beg the question of merging those two goals somehow.
That's not a staff recommendation. Any other comments or questions about Goal HS4 or the GPAC changes and the move of these actions? Okay. Goal HS5 is to promote safe, youth-friendly environments within the town. These are all new actions. This is a goal with only actions and no policies. It's a new goal. And you can see a series of GPAC changes. One of the changes to action HS 5.6 is also taken from your comment matrix, row 5 on page 5, suggestion from the Community Services Commission to change the language of action HS 5.6. That change is supported by the GPAC and staff.
Commissioner Siak.
I was just curious about action HS 5.3, encourage interactive indoor play facilities. Is that town programs, or is...
That would be more of a commercial development.
Okay, thanks.
Any other comments on HS5? Seeing none?
Yeah, well, HS6, we touched on this earlier, to ensure that bicycling and walking is safe for youth throughout the town. This was something we heard a lot about from youth and parents and others through our process, the need for kids to be able to get around safely and independently in Los Gatos. So we developed a set of new goals and policies to respond to that concern. You can see some suggested GPAC changes to policy HS 6.3 and action 6.3. These are not coming from your comment matrix. Any comments or questions? The next section of the Human Services element addresses senior services. It discusses the health care and housing services that are available in town, as well as recreational activities. Goals, policies, and actions begin on page HS 15 with goal HS 7, an existing goal to coordinate and provide programs for social interactions for senior citizens. This includes all new policies and, all existing policies and a couple of existing actions, as well as 3 new actions.
Can I ask a question of something that is prior to that, just a factual question?
Sure.
If you look at HS 11 under housing, when I read that...
Page HS 11?
HS 11.
Okay, thank you.
And it's under B, housing. It says where affordable housing for seniors is provided. And then in the second paragraph, it talks about Villa Vasona, Blossom Hill, and Ann Way. Then when talking about the terraces, it says the terraces offers 59 beds. And I don't know whether that means they're, well, they have apartments there, a number of apartments. So I don't know what beds refers to. But if we're talking about housing units, I guess it's one thing. If we're talking about beds, then I begin to think of care facilities, whether intermediate or acute. So I find that to be confusing. And perhaps you could just clarify for me what you mean.
Well, we'll clarify that because actually, that's a good catch. The terraces actually has, I believe, 29 BMP units that are of various levels from their independent living all the way through assisted living. So we'll get the clarification on that and straighten that out.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, returning to goal HS7 on pages HS 15 and 16. Any other comments or questions? Goal HS8 is to improve mobility and access to care and services for seniors. Another issue that we heard a lot about through the process, so we added a goal and policies in response. The change to action HS 8.2 is suggested, in your comment matrix on page 6, row 2, a suggestion from the Sustainability Committee to broaden that language a bit.
Commissioner Erickson.
Consistent with that recommendation, should it be broadened in the policies from shuttle services to transportation services?
Yes.
Any other comments or questions about goal HS8? Okay, goal HS9 is about senior housing, and is a new goal with one new policy and one new action. The change here is taken from page 6 of your comment matrix, row 1, a suggestion from the Community Services Commission that is supported by the GPAC and town staff. Seeing no comments or questions, we can move on. Section E of the Human Services element is about schools. As I noted in my presentation, of course, schools are governed by the school districts in town, but of course they're very important to the town and its residents, and maintaining close coordination with school districts is very high priority for the town. Goal HS10 on page HS23 is to maintain a system of open communications between the town, school districts, and the development community. And it's an existing goal followed by existing policies with no suggested changes. The next section is about libraries. Goal HS11 is to provide a library facility to meet the educational and informational needs of the community. It's an existing goal. It does have a couple of new policies and an existing action. No changes from the GPAC or other commenters. Seeing no comments, we will move on to the arts and cultural enrichment. Goal HS12 is to enrich the town by making visual arts and the performing arts and other cultural amenities more accessible to the town's residents. This is an existing goal followed by existing policies and actions. There's a typo on page HS28. What says policy HS12.7 should be action, and when it's renamed to an action, it will also become 12.2. Any comments or, oh yeah, Commissioner Jensen.
I just have a question about policy HS 12.1 on page HS 27. Encourage public art in all new development. I understand that that's an existing policy, but it can't mean a single-family home, for example. So I wonder if that needs to be somehow clarified.
do you think that it should just be about non-residential development, or?
No, but I think that it could be, I think that our very able staff and consultants can figure out language where that would indicate where public art is clearly appropriate to be encouraged.
Any other comments about this? You want to say something, Wendy?
Say, I agree with your comment. I think it's a good comment. I just want to make sure the planning, my concern is, we got a lot of comments from the Arts Commission. And so where you draw that line of where you make changes and where you don't make changes to a non-focus area, it's a delicate line to balance. I think you're making a really good point that it's clarifying something that can be misinterpreted. I just want to make sure the commission's comfortable with that as a whole, and we can make that, we can recommend that that change be made in the comment matrix.
Well, I certainly don't want to cause an issue to an existing policy. So if someone was happy with it at one point, I'm sure they can be happy with it at another point. So
I think if
don't worry about
the majority of the commission's fine with it, we'll just add that comment that that should be made. Because I agree with you. I definitely want us to be able to discern between single-family development and commercial industrial development.
Commissioner O'Donnell, you had a comment?
Yeah, I don't have the answer, but clearly it could say all non-single-family residential development. I mean, that we would all agree with, I think. But when you get beyond that, I will admit, it becomes an art, not a science.
Seems like there's consensus on that. So.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Okay. We'll go on to Fire Protection Service. Goals begin on page HS 31. Goal HS 13 is to provide adequate fire protection and emergency medical response services to town residents. These are new policies and actions addressing something that wasn't explicitly stated in the general plan before. And I think, again, this is an issue that cropped up for us as part of our CEQA review and looking at public safety and potential public safety and public services impacts in the general plan. EIR revealed the need for a bit more robust policies in the general plan. Any comments or questions? Goal HS 14 is about coordination between land use planning and fire. This is a similar situation with new policies, new goal and policies. Police services is the next topic. Excuse me, goal HS 15 is to reduce negative impacts from crime. It's an existing goal, one new policy and one existing policy. Goal HS 16 is coordination between land use planning and law enforcement, similar to the goal we saw for fire services, with two new policies. Any comments or questions on goals HS 15 or 16?
Commissioner Erickson.
I guess the only comment I would make, I don't necessarily have an opposition to policy HS 15.1, but it implies committing the town to staffing levels in a particular area where we aren't making a similar commitment for staffing in other areas like parks and recreation or other kinds of things. So I guess I would only raise the question, is it intentional, not for you to respond to, this maybe is a question for the council to answer, is it intentional to give preferential recognition for adequate staffing levels to a particular segment of the staff of the town in the general plan?
And we can add that to the comment matrix. The one comment I will have is a cops per thousand is a pretty standard measurement that most communities use, where you don't see typically the same type of standards for non-safety employees. So it's pretty common, but we can raise that question.
Okay. Any other comments or questions about the police-related goals and policies? Okay. Seeing none, we will move on to water service. background language about water supplies and distribution and water conservation elements in the town, followed by goals and policies beginning on page HS 38. As you can see, many of these are directly related to the environment and sustainability focus area. Goal HS 17 is to conserve the water resources and promote the efficient use of water to ensure an adequate water supply. So this goal is really about water supply. There are some changes here suggested by the recommended by the GPAC. These are in your comment matrix on page 4. Pages 3 and 4, these are mostly taken from the Sustainability Committee, and were supported by the GPAC. In policy HS 17.4, we should also have noted the change from the use of bay-friendly landscaping standards, delete the word standards and replace it with the word guidelines. Several
Commissioner
new...
Jensen?
Yeah, go ahead.
I know this was vigorously and often debated at the GPAC, but I'm just going to mention it anyway. Policy HS 17.5 encourages the use of artificial turf. I just don't see how that's consistent necessarily with action HS 17.3, which says study the benefits and consequences. So if we study the benefits and consequences and the benefit outweighs the consequence, then we should encourage the use of artificial turf. If the study indicates that the consequences are negative, then we shouldn't encourage the use of artificial turf. So I don't see how the policy and the action item can necessarily coexist logically.
I tend to agree with that. If we're going to study it, but we already have a policy in place to encourage it, it doesn't make sense.
So we either should encourage it
Or study
or
it.
not, or study it, but not both.
Yeah.
Without studying it.
Any other thoughts on, or we could push that decision off till the 30th, but it's something for people to think about how we'd want to proceed with that.
Well, it sounds so logical. I mean, in a way, why don't we make that suggestion?
How about if we said something like consider, for the policy, consider the use of artificial turf, and then the next step would be to study it to determine whether it's appropriate or not as the action item. Does that work?
Does that work for everyone?
It couldn't be one thing?
I think, I mean, I can agree with the...
Good. You're going to study it, and then, you know.
Could you say, after a study, encourage the use of...
I think we have a lot of actions you have a lot of actions in your general plans that are to study the feasibility of various things. Certainly my hope, as your consultant, would be that after you study, you then act on the findings of your study, whether that's amending the general plan to add a new policy or writing a new town ordinance or whatever it is. So I think I certainly agree with the discrepancy between having both of these things simultaneously. I would agree with it sounds like the commissioners are suggesting, to essentially to delete the policy and keep the action.
Yes.
That seems clear.
Yeah, and I guess that if you delete the policy and add the action, then it ought to say, it ought to include, like, and then, act accordingly or something, which is sort of obvious, but language that would indicate that there was going to be some results of the study as opposed to just do the study.
The policy relates specifically to sports fields. So should we amend the action to relate to sports fields also? Because the action could relate to parks, and there was a discussion with the Parks Commission and Sustainability Committee about whether artificial turf was appropriate in parks. So thoughts on that one?
Commissioner Erickson?
Well, I guess it seems to me the context of this is about water resources specifically. It's not about whether artificial turf is a good turf, is safe for people to, generates too much heat. It is about water resources. So to the extent that I believe this is true, that artificial turf requires less water and helps us meet the goal of water, it's not bad in and of itself to set that as a policy, to have those, because it supports the goal. If the concern about artificial turf on playing fields is related to other concerns about artificial turf other than water resources, that's a different issue. But if it's about water resources, it seems to me the policy is consistent with the goal.
I think, go ahead, Mr. Commissioner.
Well, I was just going to say that the action item says related to drainage, which is theoretically a water issue, but, I mean, it strikes me that, I don't know, the policy and the action are parsing out things that don't seem like they should logically be parsed out.
I think that having been through the process, I can say that there was enough concern about whether or not artificial turf is appropriate or in what conditions or what the pros and cons of it are, not only for water but for aesthetics or safety or a whole range of maintenance, all these different issues, that I think an action to study the benefits and consequences of it is more appropriate than going ahead and with establishing a policy. That said, I think Commissioner Jensen's point is well taken, that this action, because it falls under the point about water resources, does focus on drainage. It would probably be appropriate for a study of the benefits and consequences of using artificial turf to cover more than only its water conserving implications. So perhaps that's a sign to us that this particular action might be better located in our discussion of parks and recreation, for example, as opposed to the discussion of water.
Okay, maybe, but I remember part of the discussion at GPAC being, well, can I have an artificial lawn? You know, so that would be water conservation and resource and drainage. So by limiting it to parks, then I think we're being too limited.
Okay.
So
then
I don't know where you'd put it appropriately, actually. This place sort of makes sense.
Okay.
Yeah, I think Commissioner O'Donnell.
I don't, I'm sorry, when you say, could I have an artificial lawn at my house, I'm not sure, I don't recall any restriction on that. In other words, I don't know that that's an issue.
No.
The issue would be, I guess, the more I hear about, professional sports today, and like the soccer games in South Africa, and all that, they have amazing products apparently that combine both natural roots and all this kind of stuff. So obviously the study would really be good, and the study we don't even have to worry. Well, it would be for parks and it would be for sports facilities and all that. I'm not aware of any restriction on using it for residences, and that's sort of an individual decision. And if everybody in town decided they didn't want a real lawn, they'd put in that, we'd save water. But I, for one, think we should restrict ourselves to parks, large facilities. And I also would like us to conduct a study, because we may find out all kinds of things about what is happening with turf. And then, if the study leads to it, we might later require or encourage or do something else, and we could decide whether we want it in parks or sports facilities or whatever.
So I think what we're hearing is we're going to eliminate the policy, we're going to expand on the action item and make sure it's all-encompassing, and leave it in the water resources section. Okay?
Okay, great, thank you. Anything else about Goal HS 17 before we move on? Okay. Goal HS 18 is to encourage the use of recycled and reclaimed water. The majority of these are new policies. There's a change to policy HS 18.3 that comes from page 3 of your comment matrix, row 14, a suggestion from the Sustainability Committee to add a mention of gray water. This is supported by the GPAC and town staff. Seeing no comments, we're going to move on to wastewater. Goal HS 19 is about meeting wastewater treatment demands and federal and state regulations. This is a new goal with 2 new policies and 2 existing policies. No changes are suggested here. Seeing no comments, we will go on to stormwater, goal HS20, an existing goal regarding stormwater runoff and water quality. All existing policies and actions with no changes. The next section is solid waste. Goal HS21 is to promote recycling and reuse as well as reduction. An existing goal with mostly existing policies and one new policy, HS21.3. This is again about waste reduction education programs, a similar question as came up earlier. And goal HS22 is about conserving landfill space. It's an existing goal followed by existing policies with no changes. Any other comments? Okay. That concludes the review of the human services element. I know that another item for possible consideration tonight was the final EIR, certainly at the Commission's discretion whether or not you want to have that discussion tonight or not.
Well, we've been at this for a while now. What are the feelings? I'm getting the sense that we want to maybe wait and have that discussion on the 30th.
I think that some people that would be interested in that discussion are no longer here, so we might want to put it off.
Okay, well, let's talk about next steps then. So, we meet again a week from tonight. We're starting at 6 o'clock again. And according to my list of items, we have a very, very tight turnaround to try to provide a lot of information and some clarification that was requested. I'm not sure if we'll be able to provide the clarification on all the goals, policies, and actions we talked about, but we definitely got your direction. There was a number of questions raised and some requests for additional information that we will put in a desk item. That's probably the best thing we could do because it would have to go out tomorrow or Friday to be an agenda item delivered to you, and that's just, I don't think it's going to happen. So no other items other than an agenda, and then will be sent out to you unless, I'm sorry, the Thrash House PD will be sent to you. It's been advertised. It will probably have to be continued, though, as we discussed it. Maybe not, depending on what we find out with Joanne. So then, what that leaves
Can I just make a comment on that?
Sure.
I don't know what discussions have gone on, but I'm definitely recused, and I, for one, would have a problem with the appearance of impropriety if Commissioner Talsford, and I think she's ethical and moral and everything else, and I don't question her ability to judge a particular item, but I think the appearance of the impropriety in recusing and then getting back on would not be a benefit to the town.
And we're going to be consulting our town attorney on that matter. So that leaves us with substantial opportunity for questions and answers. And the items that I have on my list are any other general plan elements, the final EIR, the comment matrix, the table of 2000 general plan goals, policies, and actions that were not carried forward, and that was included in your desk item tonight, so you have that. And then finally, the North 40 specific plan overlay principles that was also included in your desk item. And I think that's all I have. Folks, is there? Good. I think that's it. So I think we're going to get through this. This is good. This is good news. This is a big milestone. Thank you. It's been a long night, and we really, really appreciate your input. It's been a good night.
All right. Is there any other commissioners wish to make any additional comments? If not, I will adjourn the meeting. Thank you.